Now Sweeney, Dwayne Sweeney! Sweeney's over!
Can you please hand it over to your captain, Dwayne Sweeney?
Welcome to Real Tales with Sweens. No longer brought to you by Fish City Hamilton, but now proudly brought to you by Fin Chaser Boats. This episode, I sit down with Jimmy Brown. Jimmy is a professional skipper and has had some experiences that most of us could only ever dream of. His journey from a 12-foot tinnie to skippering the sport fishing boat Jaruco, a 90-foot Jarrett Bay worth more than $24 million has been amazing. Some of the tales he shares will blow your mind, such as setting the world record for over 900 blue marlin in a single year and travelling over 200 nautical miles to the fishing grounds. We also discuss a 344 kilo swordfish off the Hokianga with good mate Tony Carpenter, giant black marlin at the Great Barrier Reef, fishing with the legend that is Chris Ash, and so much more. And as you could imagine, it's full of all the tips and tricks that he's learned along the way. As always, the show notes will be available on the Real Tales with Sweens Instagram and Facebook pages, as well as the website realtaleswithsweens.com. Good George have a 15% discount available for all you listeners. Just use the discount code REALTALES before checking out of their online store. The link for their store is available on the realtaleswithsweens.com homepage. Lastly, I want to say a special thank you to Jimmy for coming on the podcast and sharing your incredible tale with us. So join me as we get to know Jimmy Brown. Enjoy the podcast. Oh, I always might as well rip into it.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, awesome to have you here, Jimmy. So for those of you listening, we're back in the Raglan Roast studio, and as you can hear, probably through the mics, Hamilton's turned the weather on for us, eh, Jimmy?
Yep. Beautiful welcome for me here.
Yeah, for those of you that have listened to some earlier episodes, yeah, I think it was BJ Watling's when we recorded here. It was a pretty similar day. Had a bit of rain, so apologies if you don't like the ambience sounding and you like more the quality studio sounding, but I guess it's Real Tales with Sweens for a reason, and it's real, and today's weather is real, and it's wet and it's raining. But yeah, first of all, awesome to have you on, Jimmy. I'll obviously let you explain yourself and who you are and what you do a little bit more, but yeah, for me personally, really excited about this episode. I was lucky enough that we have some mutual friends in common, so
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's how we sort of got in touch and actually got to fish together on the mighty vessel Mini Chiefy.
And what a day it was too.
Yeah, it was a great day, and we'll talk about that too. But yeah, it was a little bit of a step down from the last job that you had. So I think you went from your boat's 90 foot.
Yep,
and then down to 15 foot. So.
Yeah, but you can't forget your roots. That's where it all began for me. So yeah, it wasn't too much of an adaptation for me.
Yeah, no, cool. All right, well, we might as well start with, I guess we'll have a little bit of a recap of that day. It's going back a little bit now, but I guess might as well start with a bit of an introduction.
Yeah.
And obviously we'll go into more depth as we go, and then sort of flow into that, I guess, us meeting each other and that day and what you thought of it.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I mean, I've got the same sort of background as most of the fishermen that you have on the podcast. We're just a Kiwi lad that likes to get out on the water, and initially that was doing it kind of by any means possible, I guess, usually on the cheap. There were the days of I had my little 15 horsepower outboard, and Dad was wondering how the lawnmower used so much fuel, because I was pinching his fuel out of the lawnmower thing and filling my boat up and going out fishing in the harbour, and that was a pretty good I don't know, it's just kind of, it shows you how humble and that fishing can be and still be enjoyable. And yeah, my mates and I do a lot of fishing in our little tinnie, and then I ended up getting into fishing for a living, mainly for lack of a better idea. School wasn't really, I really enjoyed school, but it wasn't something I was necessarily going to excel at, and it was lack of a better idea. I started working professionally in New Zealand, and then the rest was kind of history. It just gained traction from there, and one job kind of rolled into another, and that was basically how my career began, I guess. So.
Yeah, cool. Well, we'll dive obviously into the depths of that throughout this podcast, so that'll be pretty exciting. But yeah, it's awesome to hear, I guess, that humbleness of how it all began, and like, so I think, you know, all of us that are into fishing, it's all been the same way. It was a wharf somewhere, it was you know, a beach somewhere, that it became, you know, if you could access a boat. I remember me and my cousin, like, for years we used to row his granddad's little dinghy out into the harbour at Hokianga there, and we'd have turns at rowing to try and troll to catch kahawai, and we figured out, as you know, as we sort of went, that if we rowed up current, it was actually better, because the lure would have more action and we'd catch more fish, but it was obviously a lot harder physically.
For sure.
Yeah, it's good to hear those humble beginnings are you know, I guess, so widespread amongst us.
100%, and you know, it's a good, just a super good, healthy hobby for young people to have, and we're pretty, you know, I've done a lot of international travel, and we're very fortunate with the environment that we have in our home, you know, like the harbours, the creeks, the estuaries, the rivers. There's just an endless outlet for young people to go out and have a healthy outdoor pastime, you know.
Yeah, nice. Alright, well, we might as well dive back to January this year, when I sort of, obviously you hadn't long been home, eh?
No, I guess I'd been home permanently for a couple of months, and we were just in our temporary rental house that we had in Kerikeri while we were looking for a place to buy up there, and you were staying up at Hihi there, and we managed to tee up a day together on the Hokianga, and it was a great day. I think I got exceptionally fortunate with the season that I returned to in New Zealand. Fishing's kind of been, that year was as good off the coast as I've certainly ever remembered, for sure. So, but yeah, we had a great day out in the Mini Chiefy, and I don't know if it was the fishing or the scope of the yarns that we told each other out there in that little boat, but no, it was a really good day, and you know, it's kind of interesting in the sense that, you know, I tell a lot of people that you know, like, every day you fish, you learn something, and I can remember you pounding over that bait ball, and I was thinking, man, we've really put a lot of effort into this, and I try to, wherever possible, unless someone wants me to let people do their thing, and their persistence really paid off that day.
Yeah, it did, eh? Like, it was, I guess the bit for me that made it easy to stay there was the fact that, you know, you allowed me to as well, because, you know, like, I was obviously pretty nervous fishing with a seasoned professional, and then especially on a 14 and a half or 15 foot boat, whatever Mini Chiefy is, and feed, but I guess kind of sitting there and obviously getting a little bit lost in conversation too made it easier to, I guess, persevere, because we weren't stressed about I guess catching a fish. We were there enjoying ourselves, actively fishing, but I guess we kind of wandered a little bit through the morning stages. Intel had led us to that area from the day prior, and I guess the best thing was the radio was quiet, so it's not like people were catching elsewhere. No. And that kind of, I guess, for me, gave me the confidence to be persistent with what we saw, because I was like, well, no one's catching anywhere else, so we might as well, you know, kind of, I couldn't really think of anywhere else to go, in all honesty, and I don't know Hokianga super well, fished it a few times, but in terms of, you know, like, that particular area where we were, I'd never been that deep before. I think, what were we, like, maybe 240 metres?
Yeah, 250, something
250,
like that,
but which is actually quite close.
Yeah.
Off Hoki compared to, you know, my home patch at Raglan. 100 metres is 30 miles, but I think we might have been, I don't know, 13 miles from the bar, sort of thing, where we were fishing, I guess. But then definitely perseverance paid.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's kind of like somewhat a bit of a masterclass of what going fishing somewhere new is. You know, you draw out a bit of a general area patch of water that you think is going to have the means to hold something, and like you say, you're seeking through that general area until you find what you're looking for, and what you were looking for ended up being not much, but it was enough. You know, especially in comparison to what else was present. Small little patch of water and good bait, and we eventually caught 2 fish off that one patch of bait that we had sat on for probably the best part of 2.5-3 hours, I'd say, by the time that happened. You know.
Definitely.
Would that be accurate, you think?
Probably
like
maybe even longer. It was definitely above 2 hours. You know, if it wasn't 3, it was all of that. I would say so. But it was and the other thing too, like you know, obviously you always you mentioned they're always kind of learning, but I learned as well from you, and you talked a lot about I guess some of the fishing you had offshore and what you've had like in New Zealand as well, and about, you know, fish being where they are, you know, kind of thing, and a lot of people will you know, miss that opportunity of the bite time, you know, through taking a long time to catch fish or whatever it may be, but for us, like, that day proved to be another really good learning point for me. Like, we caught that first fish really quickly. I think it might have been 14 or 15 minutes from bite to tagging and gone, or we didn't even tag it, we let it go, but and then as we were clearing the lures, and then obviously those people that, you know, follow me will know that I film my fishing, so looking back at the footage, like, with the wicked bite on the rigger, that we're obviously mid-conversation and missed it.
Not our proudest
no,
moment.
no, it was a wicked bite too. It would have been awesome to watch. I think we pulled over on the road on the drive home, just to be like, bro, you got to have a look at this. And then obviously didn't even recognise that there was another fish on the other rigger, and obviously pulled the boat out of gear to clear the gear, and then that fish chased the lure all the way to the transom, and you know, those that have seen the video on YouTube will hear the music sort of fades out, and you can hear you say, "Oh, we'll put a mark on that spot, bowl this thing over, and come straight back." And you know what obviously ended up happening is we bowled it over, got the lures back in, and I think we went over the mark once, turned, came back down across the mark again, and that fish came on the teaser. And you know, that's kind of, you got to be a little bit selfish. You know, there are other boats in the area, and friends of ours on another boat, and you, in your mind, you just got to think to yourself, no, we can't let them get there first. We've got to get in there real quick. So, and I think that is a good little. That's something I've definitely picked up from overseas. You got to get it while the getting's good. You know, and that window might be pretty short. Which it was that day.
And you've just got to prioritise your approach to it. You know, obviously there's a lot of people that fish with me a bit. They know that I'm always probably overboard about trying to fish for the second bite or the third bite or the third fish that's there. But when there's 2 of you in a small boat, really, you know, one at a time is kind of a bit more of a practical approach to it. But that's still in your mind, even without seeing that other fish. You'd be like, okay, we need to get this done. Like, let's not mess around with the harness. Let's just run this thing down, get it bowled over quickly, and get going. It was a nice fish too, that first one. I mean, I've learnt rapidly that I'm not as good at guessing the weights as I used to be, but you know, I'd have to say that was in that like kind of 130, 140 range maybe. The second fish, from memory, I don't think was quite as big. But
no, it was just a little bit shorter. The second one.
But yeah, just to be efficient with catching that fish, and it's good for everything, right? So it's a more visual experience for us, and it's certainly miles better for the fish to have their experience over and done with nice and quickly, and then go tangle with their friends. You know.
Because I like another obviously. Going back to the learning aspect, so like something I learned off a good friend of yours actually, with Tony Carpenter, like years ago when I first got into it, and I was obviously I was missing a bunch of fish, and I was filming it all back then as well, and Tony was an awesome resource to me, as like Sean has been in Bonds,
Yeah.
and I'm lucky that I've been able to associate myself probably more by design than anything, just trying to get the knowledge out of people that know.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Tony was really good at it. He was like, why are you driving so far? I was like, well, what do you mean? He was like, well, when the fish bites, is you've either got them on or you're not. There's no point dumping all that line in the water for the, and I was like, oh, I didn't know why I was still driving or why I wasn't. Like, I was just like, I don't know. And he's like, well, as soon as the fish come on with bites, if like, it's only two of you on the boat, you don't want multiple jumping on. You might as well just rip the boat out of gear. You're limiting your line in the water. Yeah. And you're going to have a better chance of catching that fish anyway. Yeah, and I was just like, oh, okay. And then, obviously, that was, something that, I picked up along the way. And ultimately, that's why we ended up missing that second one, because we didn't see him there. Yeah. But in saying that, it was probably a better way that we ended up doing it, because we bowled one over and then straight back, and then could have easily been that fish that we got back up again.
I'd say more than likely.
Yeah. But that was an awesome bite, that second one.
Yeah.
I was there for a good while.
Yeah, they're a funny old fish that we try our best to really understand them, but the reality is we probably just get further away from knowing what we're looking at the more we try.
Yeah, because I haven't had many bites like that on my boat where a fish has stayed there for so long. Yeah, I've had I've very rarely had fish come in, bite, and then miss and then come back. And I don't know, there's probably just laws of averages, I guess, and it's just
and I think different techniques lend themselves to experiencing a different result behind your boat. Obviously, if you've got hooks in your lures, there's a external sort of effect in place that if they get stung a little bit by the hook, they're not as likely to come back. But if you do a lot of teaser fishing, it'll blow your mind how long those fish can follow you for. Or another unique one, I can't remember, I was talking to someone about this the other day, but we used to have a lot of what we call a pack-up bite. So you finish your fishing day and you start systematically pulling your gear, and for us that was a case of like our dredges would come up and I'd pull my bridge teasers in, and there was a couple of baits left, and as the baits would disappear, all of a sudden you just get pounced by, and I think that fish being there, not necessarily the whole time, I don't know for how long, but as stuff started disappearing, they're like I'm running out of opportunities here, and they just pounce. So I do think that they're prone to tracking with you for longer than
longer than what you think.
And another thing that showed me that was fishing with a sonar. Yeah. And you're seeing so many opportunities, so many more opportunities, especially overseas. Yeah. And you would mark that fish, straight underneath the boat on your up and down sonar, up and down sounder, and it's right under your boat there at whatever 50 meters or 40 meters, something like that, and it would be a good minute and a bit before we'd see it behind that 90-foot boat that I was running. And you'd think it'd be much more rapid, and quite often they're in there under your prop wash and stuff, and actually using that as a cloak. And you see that a lot with I'm sure a lot of people that listen probably have watched some of BT's underwater footage from Kona, and you can see, there's different types of bites. You get the vertical rocket ship bite that's just come straight up, and then you get the ones where they're paddling in from a fair way back, and they're using that whitewater.
There's like a little bit of cover.
You can't say that for certain, but certainly watching it, like that'd be how you would assume it's, they're paddling in along that white water, and then slowly make their decision after they've evaluated almost the whole spread what they're going to eat. So it's but like you say, there's you might not have witnessed that sort of thing previously, but obviously you certainly have a non-existent elevation in your boat,
Yeah.
and then coupling that with having hooks in your lures, you know,
Yeah,
they kind of that
Take a
first
swipe
shot
at that,
they're probably gonna
Yeah.
have some sort of impact on them, you know. But yeah, both those bites are really cool bites.
Yeah,
that day,
yeah.
So,
We hand fed the second one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just get
Tried
a little.
to get one up on Sean.
Yeah, always, you know.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's
Yeah,
a tough call to beat old Shawnee with something like that. But yeah.
What were your first impressions when I pulled up outside the house with the boat?
I mean, we keep going back to it like I would have been shocked, but it was basically exactly as I would have expected. And, you know, we hadn't met in person prior to that day, and you jump in, I jumped in the passenger seat there, and, you know, there's every making of that potentially being a stagnant situation, but it wasn't the case that day. There were just bullshit yarns happening from the first second you let your foot off the brake pedal there until the day you put it on at the end of the day again and jumped out of the car. So, but no, I mean, obviously the boat's very small, but it's well set up and there's thought that's gone into it. And I was very impressed with how it rode too.
Yeah. You
know, it was, definitely for a boat of that size, it rode really well, especially with some of your wild driving.
Yeah.
But no, it was, I certainly wasn't shocked. It was, basically the whole day went roughly how I was expecting it to go, apart from being pleasantly surprised that we caught two fish that day.
Because it wasn't a good, it was an awesome day for us, but it was actually really quiet.
It was,
I think there was 4 fish in total for the day, and we were lucky enough to get 2 of them, and
I believe that the days following that in that same area were very good.
Yeah, you went the following day, yeah?
I don't know if it was the following day or the day after.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. But
there was a bunch of fish there, eh?
Yeah, and we were unfortunate that we got there really late.
Yeah.
So Flynn and his dad, they'd driven all the way from Nelson the night before, and naturally needed to have a sleep in, like, massive drive, and credit to Paul, you know, he's not scared of putting some K's in that truck. And so I think I can't remember what time they picked me up, but I guess we were on the water at 9:30 or something, and we had to mess around with a bit of like promotional filming and stuff like that, and we ran out there, and I guess between 8 and 10 o'clock that morning in that area where we caught those fish, it had fished really, really well. And we got out there and we saw the tail end of the good conditions there, I guess you would say. So we were, you know, I was just kind of getting Flynn and his guys kind of up to speed on how we needed to break that water down. And then we were marking some bait and we hooked a fish, and it was, you know, we naturally had this, we didn't see the bite again, which isn't, I'm not painting myself in a great light here, but we didn't see the bite, and naturally we just assumed we had stripey on, and then it started, as the fight progressed, it was like, you know, maybe it's not, and then next thing we see these big yellow sickle up on the surface, and realise that it was a really nice yellowfin tuna. And that fight took us a while, you know, obviously it was a pretty special fish, you know, to catch a really legitimately big yellowfin. We didn't weigh that fish, but I'd say it was kind of like real high 60s, low 70 kilo yellowfin. Nice, off the west coast, that's a special fish, you know, so we took our time with it and played the percentages there. And by the time we got going again, that water, it wasn't what we were trolling in, and we broadened our scope a little bit, thinking that maybe the conditions had shifted, but they just disappeared from what I could tell, and I've seen that other places in the world, and so
it seems to be quite common at Hokianga. I wondered, like, I thought about this, I don't know if we spoke about it, but I wonder whether it's because it is a very large harbour,
I think
and you fish not far off it. Like
I think there's that. Well, there's a number of harbours there. Is the first thing,
true,
and then the edge is quite featureless as well. So there's not really anything stopping that rollover. It's just kind of like melds together, and I've seen it in a number of other fishing locations where the water just rolls over in the space of an hour, and you've got to make that hard call of like the age-old rule, you don't leave fish to find fish until you have to. And you're looking around and you're like, the fish are no longer here, and so we just made a call to we didn't know where we needed to go at that point, and there was on the charts, like the SST charts, there was a decent option north and a decent option south, and the northern option was closer to the harbour and the boat ramp, so we were like, we may as well, like, there's 2 pluses going that way, and we went up that way, and all of a sudden we're trolling along and see like a really good shower of sowies come out, but jumping towards the boat as we went past them instead of away, and I was like, it's those little details that get you thinking, and I was like, that was weird that they're jumping this way and not away from the boat.
Because normally, if they, like, quite often you see Sari jump, generally it's the boat gives them a bit of a spook and they're fleeing.
Yeah, same. Different locations, you get flying fish do it, but they're usually going away from the thing that they're scared of. So and then 10 seconds later we get stripey on, and we catch that, and Flynn's dad got him driving on there, and we had, there are a couple more people this time around on the boat, so we just put the boat in a gentle turn and systematically cleared the gear in a practical way, hoping to get that second bite, but didn't eventuate in that case, and caught that fish, and that was 2
pretty good day two good days.
Just in terms of like my first 2 days of fishing back home, it was like just spoiled, you know, like and you've got to accept that sometimes that you've been spoiled, and not get carried away with like you say, thinking you've got it all worked out. So
do you remember the old fella that pulled up when we got back in? It was hard to forget. And he was it was quite comical, because obviously what happened the preceding day when I went fishing out again, but he pulled up to us, and he was like, how'd you get on? Like, good, we got a couple. And he's like, where'd you get those? And we're like, what depth or something, eh? And we're like, like 240, 250. He's like, miles out. He's like, 136, mate. And we're like, what? And he's like, I thought he was meaning, maybe some GPS coordinates. But he's like, nah, the depth. He goes, they're all through there, hundreds of them. Hey, Americans, don't go past 136. And then obviously I went out, might have been 4 or 5 days later. Very similar, like, obviously in terms of, it had fished really well. The day before me and you went, it fished really well. Then it fished a lot better than the next day you went out. You kind of caught the tail end of that, as you just explained. But then, when I went out with Matt, and you talked about obviously the water changing. Sure. So went out with took Matt Watson out, and then we fished. That very similar kind of area. I don't know if you remember the day that we went out and where Aiden was fishing, just a little bit further north of us. We were sort of more in that general vicinity of there, and we were, and it was just stacked with bait, nice water. It was like current. You could see the current pushing. It was like we're on here, and when Matt Watson's sitting there saying the same thing, you get pretty confident. Definitely. We sat there and pounded away, and then all of a sudden the colour of the water changed, and everything just kind of just changed. The bait was gone, couldn't find it. I went shallower, I went deeper, and I was like, it's not here. Like, the water's moved, I don't know which way it's gone. Assume it's headed north, and we were kind of there, and I was like, we're about 1.5 miles from where me and Jimmy had the action the other day. We'll go and have a look there. So poked over there, had a little bit of a nosy, didn't look, as good as the day we were there, so I was like, was sort of struggling to know where to go, and I was like, I'll just push in shallower, have a look, and obviously got in shallower, and a couple of miles inside where we were fishing, and the water changed, and there's
Yep.
big shoals of sari coming out of the water and stuff. So yeah, we just sort of hung in there and pounded until late in the day, and
Yep.
yeah, and then boom, got him on at about 5:45 or something,
Yeah.
I think it was, and we caught that fish, and it was hilarious because obviously I told Matt the story of 136 and the guy at the ramp, and we had a bit of a giggle about it.
Yeah.
And then I think I might have even messaged you and like, guess what depths we got it
Yeah.
at? Bang on 136 where he bit. I was
Yeah.
just like, couldn't believe it. I just pulled obviously once we had him on, I just chucked the mark on the sounder, and then turned back around. I was like, oh, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
136 meters.
Yeah, too funny, eh?
Yeah, too funny. Yeah, but no, it was it was, well, I guess both of those, I've been extremely lucky with the people I've got to learn from, because obviously game fishing was not like, it's my serious passion. Like, I love it. I really, like, I could talk about it all day, every day, if people were willing to listen or willing to share. But I've been like, extremely lucky with the people I've been able to connect with and learn off over the years, and it's been it's been a really cool journey.
And if you
learning.
don't have that, it'll be a mountain that's almost impossible to climb. Like the best way to learn is through your peers. And like you learn off everyone. I still learn off everyone that I go fishing with too. But it's a big old daunting mountain with no one helping you through it or working through it together with someone. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can't work it out on your own, but to get like we were talking before we even kind of got online here, that there's no end to it.
No.
You learn, you go down one rabbit hole learning about something, and then there's another one, or someone mentions something to you that you've never even considered, and you're never going to clock it, you're never going to master it. It's just, you're going to get better as the days go by, but it's an endless resource.
It's pretty but even like we were talking about different reels and all that kind of stuff, but I remember going back to the learning aspect of that day, like in terms of like drag pressure and control and belly, like I learned a lot about belly with you. Like that's probably I knew like having belly in the line with lure fishing is like important. You want that lure to stay behind the fish, and especially if you don't have him on, like you've got more of a chance of catching that fish if he's just got it over his nose or something like that. But I guess like what I kind of learned was like different ways and techniques to get to lift that belly and get it out, and watching you maneuver and use the drag, and even lifting the rod and changing the angle to pick that line up out of the water. I've got very vivid, like I can hear it now, like that line ripping coming up out of the water, just because you were creating that more angle by getting the rod higher to pull that belly out. Like that was, and that gave us the ability to go after it faster, because obviously if we're like traditionally, like how I've done it, with the light gauge hooks, and people are like, oh, you don't want to be using too much drag, and it's actually kind of blowing me away how much pressure you can actually put on those things if they're in, and like I guess when we're going after that fish and seeing you use the drag and using like plenty of it, but you're like, oh, all we're doing is pulling the belly of the line out, and it gave us the ability to drive quick.
Exactly. And it's easier to drive too. Whoever's the captain or the skipper's got a more concise approach, a clear approach of where they need to place the boat, than when the line's kind of disappearing into the water just in front of the boat there. So because traditionally that's, I guess for me, like that's the way I've approached it, is like I don't know, probably I generally fish about 5 kilos of drag. Seems to be plenty until you get a bit of like a belly, and it just takes longer to pick that belly up, and generally will arc around the angle of the line to pick it up, but the way you were able to create, or to show me, was obviously more drag, getting the rod higher, creating more angle and lifting that line out. We could go in a more direct line to the direction 100%. Of where the fish was, and you're just picking the belly up out of the water as we rip the line, and the line's coming out of the water at 90 degrees from the boat versus a 45 out in front, but you could clearly see that the line was actually arcing up in front of us. And it's like worth you know, a lot of, I'm sure you know a lot of your listeners and stuff are, you know, like heavy into the light gauge thing, and it's worth just trying to think in your mind what's putting more pressure on the hooks. Is it the drag, or is it 150 meters of 80-pound line in the water? You know? And there's that reluctance to push up on the drag, but quite often, like, all you need to do is you need to get, there's a tipping point, right, where your drag overpowers the amount of water pressure that's on the line. So if you like spike through that a little bit and start breaking that belly down, every meter of belly that you pull out of there is
less drag on
the hooks.
On the hooks,
you know, and so there might be a bit of a reluctance to understand the difference between just a straight pull up and down with I don't know, 10 kilos of drag versus bellied out line with a fish. Ripping, like that fish was going pretty quick with us. And you just spike that drag up just for a small moment to start collapsing the belly, and that's actually going to end up reducing the load on the hooks, you know, and in turn makes driving the boat you know, a little bit easier. And you know, I think that kind of like led us to have kind of discussions at length about understanding that that line belly.
Well, it did, because like it kind of sparked me, like watching you do it, like 'cause I learn in like kind of all forms, and that's why I love the podcast too, because you can talk about it and stuff as well, but actually really seeing it, like, you know, I saw it in action before you even explained it. You were just doing it, and I was watching, I was like, man, that's like, this is like something awesome's happening here. I'm like learning, like, holy shit, we're getting after this fast, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, like here's the top shot, and I'm like, oh, we got that to that quick, and then it's, oh, there's the loop, and then it's like, oh, here's the fish. And it's like, holy shit, that happened quick. But just purely by you having a really clear understanding of being able to pick that belly out of the water.
Like it's probably worth mentioning the fact that, you know, we went straight into a harness there. We
didn't even have the harness.
We had no harness, and that allowed you to hold the rod up high enough to pull the line out. And there's, you know, they're kind of more tricks that I learned from a bit of that more light tackle style fishing overseas and stuff, where we're very rarely utilising a harness, you know, and you can just use your rod more as a tool rather than just something that's attached to the reel. And you know, we like the line belly thing, like you say, it's something that's very beneficial lure fishing, especially for people that maybe I don't know what like a diplomatic way to put this is, but say you don't get to go out that much, and you're not, or when you do go out, you're not necessarily doing as good a job, you're not lucky enough, and you've lost a bunch of fish. Line belly's definitely gonna, in a lure scenario, give you a better chance of catching that fish. But it's also going to stand at some point. You need to defeat the line belly. And if you're comfortable in what you're doing, and you've got, you know you need to get back to that spot and catch another one, removing it's actually, if you do it in the right manner, going to be really beneficial to you. And you've still got to remember, like, you're talking about the belly basically from, say, where your swivel is, or the end of your leader is the belly that you're going to defeat. You're never really going to defeat the belly, especially with the drag levels that we're talking about, from the lure and the leader all the way to the fish. That's always still going to be behind that fish, especially if it's swimming fast. There's just no two ways about it. If it's swimming forward fast, that
400-pound
it's still going to be pulling down towards its tail. So, but that was where I started talking to you about, you know, really the drags that people are inclined to use with those light gauge hooks. You know, you're talking like 5 kilos is a very prominent sort of drag that people talk about with those hooks. You just may as well be fishing 30 pound to its capacity. You know, in my opinion, I think 30 pounds a really, really cool line weight to fish. You still get a full length leader. Your rod's usually smaller, easier to manhandle. Well, not manhandle, but easier to handle, and you're not necessarily confined to a harness the whole time. You can fish it. You can pump that belly out. Everyone can handle the drag, especially kids and people's wives and stuff like that. They get an 80-pound setup and they're, I don't know, fishing it to maybe like 15-20% of its capacity or whatever it may be. And it actually creates a bit of a barrier to how efficient you can be in catching the fish once you've hooked it up. So it's just food for thought, and I think that got your wheels turning a little bit when you saw. Now, the first person that I really ever heard talking about it in the same manner of the way I think about it was Peter Cool.
Oh, yeah.
A long time back. And I remember he wrote, I don't know if it was an article or he wrote it on a website somewhere or something. Peter's got some pretty crazy, pretty out there ideas. I don't know, a lot of them don't necessarily resonate with me that well, but he was going on about drag pressure relative to the line diameter that you're using. And it's not necessarily breaking strain, it's line diameter. So if you had 80-pound braid, that's going to be like having 20-pound mono or whatever the conversion is, but it's really the line diameter that's creating that belly, and there's probably a formula there that you could probably work out with how fast a fish swims and whatever, but the reality is that the drag, somehow that whole 30% or a third of the breaking strain of the line drag setting thing does actually seem to be about right. And if you're there with 5 kilos of drag on 37 kilo line, you're miles from where you need to be in terms of having control over over dictating the fight through knowing how to remove or add line belly. And then on top of that, a lot of huge proportion of the New Zealand fishermen are fishing out of a trailer boat, and even if your hooks could handle it, fishing 80 pound to its capacity is almost unrealistic. You really, at that point, unless you're excellent at stand-up fishing, you really need to be in a chair and on a larger boat, because you just end up, like your boat for an example, you just wind your boat on top of the fish the whole time. The boat's not heavy enough or substantial enough to stay off of it, and that's where you've found workarounds with that, and the way that you drive it. You do a great job of driving your boat to mitigate how much of a hurdle that is, because that's the effect of fishing that much drag, is you literally wind your boat onto the fish. So we kind of got a little sidelined with that, but that was a very that you were quite fortunate that day to see just how efficient understanding the belly and then manipulating it one way or another to your benefit can help you in your fishing.
Because obviously the angles and stuff that you pull on the fish is you get into a position where you're pulling yourself over top of the fish the whole time. It's really hard to create that angle to get the lift in a small boat, but obviously I learnt that through trial and error, and people have heard me talk about that on the podcast, and you saw me doing it as we got close, and putting the boat into reverse to be able to create that the presence of a bigger boat in the water that's purely just literally driving away from it while you're using the drag to create angle and lift. And so there's workarounds, but it's again, I've been lucky to be able to have some good insight and knowledge from people that know, and then I've been able to find ways to apply it and adapt it to be okay, well, if that's what they're talking about there, how am I going to get that in mind? Because all I do is this, and then this happens, and I end up on top of it. And I'm like, well, I wonder if I put it in reverse, and I tried it, and then and all of a sudden it's the fish is up. And boom, race to it, and it goes down again. Okay, well, back off it, create some angle, little drag, boom, up it comes, and then so it's this goes back to what we talked about at the start. It's you can never clock it.
No,
it's just you can constantly learn, and You know, and then it's awesome that you have, you know, this kind of format that you can share, you know, your learnings, and we can sit here and talk about it, and people at home will be like, oh, okay, I've had a similar situation or something, and they can be like, oh, well, maybe next time I'm in that scenario, I'll give that a go and try that. And then even just understanding, you know, tackle, like, you know, I think we might, I don't know, can't remember if it's on this part of it, but we're talking about obviously like geeking out and being a geek, like when it comes to fishing, it's the ultimate sport to be able to be a geek and understand, like you said there, line diameter versus breaking strain and all the rest of that. Man, that was a good little sidetrack off of a day in Hokianga. So I guess like we might as well from here kind of go into, like, because there's a bunch of stuff I want to talk about obviously in terms of your summer that you had at home, and you mentioned it there as well, but in terms of sport fishing itself and marlin fishing, where did that all start for you, like in New Zealand? Do you remember your first one?
I remember my first experience of it. So my dad used to go fishing on it was a 46-foot Riviera, so one of his friends had really nice boat, and he'd go fishing, and up until I don't know to what age it was where I was like relegated to him taking me to the wharf and catching sprats and you know, yellowtails and stuff like that off the wharf or off the rock somewhere, and eventually I was persistent enough that I got to go fishing with the big boys on that boat, and those guys were like my mentors, I guess. They were all like ex-ocean yacht racing guys, and so they were like really like eminently capable like oceanmen, you know, they taught me a lot about, you know, being on a larger boat, and then basically what ended up happening was my mum passed away when I was really young, and those guys kind of took it upon themselves to put me under their wing, and I had to grow up real fast, you know, like you couldn't go away, like Dad wouldn't come anymore, and I'd go away on a, you know, like a 2-night stay away trip with them or 5-night stay away trip with them, and you can't be acting like a 12-year-old, you know, like you were to become a little man kind of thing, and that kind of like shaped, I guess, my whole life as a result, you know, ending up being a professional fisherman, I guess, a scary thought, but we did this one trip out of Whangaroa, and we went out marlin fishing, and we raised a, you know, just like industry standard 90 kilo stripey, and you know, I saw the bite of the marlin, and I was like, that was kind of it, you know, like, and then they said, oh, you know, like, you're up, go grab the rod, and I, like, you know, it was a big, like, just on a big 80 pounder or a 37 kilo outfit, and I just couldn't get the thing out of the holder, like, and it was like bound in there, and then I got in my head, and I was like, oh, like I can't do this, or whatever it was, and someone said, oh, well, we'll just get in the chair and we'll pass the rod to you, and one of the guys was like, oh no, what if it's that's not IGFA legal, which didn't matter, but so in the end, like, I didn't get to catch that fish or wind that fish in, but it didn't really matter, like, it had kind of triggered the interest, so to speak, but going marlin fishing wasn't really something that was accessible to me, I guess, like, with any regularity. And so, like, I kind of continued on with, like, going snapper fishing, or, like, out of my own little boat, like I was saying, or going with them on trips. And then I started looking for work on, you know, like, professional work on boats. And there was a part-time job going on a boat called the Amakura, which used to be Guy Jacobson's old boat before he got the hook and ball. and I applied for that. Oh no, sorry, I applied for a job on the Ultimate Lady.
Yep.
And I missed out on that, but Tom Francis passed my CV on to Steve Hall, who was running the Amakura.
Yep.
And I ended up, funnily enough, I was doing another trip out of Whangaroa with those same guys, and he called me and I said, oh, I'll come have an interview with you in Hohora then. And he was like, oh, well, that's like more than what I was expecting. And so drove up to Hohora, and I ended up working with, like, not full time on that boat, but I did quite a bit of work with Steve while he was running that boat, and that was kind of like the start of.
Yeah. What sort of age were you then? Like.
18, I think. Yeah, like fresh out of school sort of deal. And he was an excellent teacher. Steve was like he used to be a school teacher in his previous
life.
Well, the same life, but before he became a fisherman. And so we did some Three Kings trips, and that really ignited the desire. And then it also showed you that, like, we'd do some Three Kings trips, marlin fishing, and then we would do snapper fishing trips out of the Gulf for other parts of the year, and it showed you that if you're going to work as a fisherman, catching marlin's way cooler than catching snapper for other people, you know?
Yeah.
And so there was always like the snapper fishing was like the means to an end, but really you wanted to be, if you're doing it for work, you want to be a marlin fisherman, you know? And so he then introduced me to Jeff Lamond, and I did three seasons with Jeff in New Zealand, and Jeff was like a consummate professional in the fishing industry, and he'd done a lot of travel, which I think is really important for someone to gain a very broad skill set in fishing. So he was a really well-rounded fisherman, and we did a lot of like pitch bait fishing, teaser fishing, some dead bait stuff that kind of stood me in good stead for when I went overseas, where that's kind of the more prominent technique in the locations I ended up in. So it was kind of like, I guess maybe the word serendipity for that, like it just everything kind of like it was just one thing led to another, and it, more than anything, it just showed how
everything happens for a reason.
And how important it is to grasp the opportunities that are in front of you, you know, and take a few risks, and then and to really like nurture those relationships of everyone that you meet, because it's always it's not 100% who you know, but who you know definitely helps in a massive way.
Well, like the other day, obviously I've got two boys, and they're like I brought them up like how Dad brought me up. You shake people's hand, and
definitely
look them in the eye, and then the other day they were in at rugby, and they went and shook Floss's hand. He's the head coach. And then and we're great mates. We used to play together and stuff. And Cooper went up and shook his hand, and Floss had actually mentioned it, a couple of weeks or days earlier, and said, "Oh, I love how your boys, look you in the eye and shake hands." And then Coop shook his hand, and he goes, "Oh, one day the hand that you shake will be the right hand." And then he was like, "Yeah, it is your right hand." Like, he just didn't quite understand it. But in the car ride, the car ride home was interesting. He's like, "What does he mean, Dad?" And I was like, "Oh." He goes, because he said, "Oh, Dad, your dad will explain that to you one day, or you'll understand that one day." And I was like, "Well, basically what he's saying is, bud, is you never know, who you're going to meet, and you never know where that could lead. So, by being polite, by shaking their hand, like, you never know, they might open, a great opportunity for you somewhere." And that kind of leads to what you're saying there. And
100%.
And another thing we talk about a lot in rugby, and it sort of came up quite a lot this year. But like the best ability is availability. So, you talked about there about being able to, like take a risk and take the opportunity. You've also got to be in a position to put yourself in a position for those opportunities to come, and then you got to be willing and ready to go. Yep, fuck it, I'm in. Let's go. Let's see where this goes. And who would have thought Jimmy at 18 or 12-year-old Jimmy when he jumped on that Riviera,
Yeah.
that you would have ended up being the skipper of a 90-foot
Yeah.
custom-built
Yeah.
Jarrett Bay.
100%.
You know, worth what's that boat worth? And
When that was built, it was $24 million US.
Yeah.
So to
there
think
you
that
go.
someone gave me the keys to that thing's a bit scary. But
Yeah.
you know, it's especially outside New Zealand, it's a big world of opportunities there, and
yeah,
and to be honest, it wasn't exceptionally difficult to get to that standard if you had good, I don't know what the right word for it is, but like if you had good like moral compass,
yep,
and you get in there and you're not taking advantage of the fact that the guy's got massive amounts of money, and you're just like, no, I'm going to look after your money like it's mine, even though like the discrepancy and the number of zeros is very, very substantial. But you know, it wasn't a particularly tough road if you were willing to put in the work and be an honest human being. You know, that was all it was. And you go out and obviously, you know, you had to be a good fisherman, but that came hand in hand with the hard work. You put enough hours in, you're gonna develop that. You know, so.
Yeah, well, that's like a lot. I guess a lot of people talk to me, and they probably see what they see through social media, and I've got a bunch of rugby mates that love their fishing but get bugger all time to do it, you know, because they're. And I was the same when I was a player. Like you get shit all the time for that kind of stuff, especially through the marlin season. Like that's the busiest time as a professional athlete in New Zealand. It's your pre-season,
definitely.
in terms of Super Rugby, and as Super Rugby kicks off tail end of January. It goes right through February, March when the fishing's its best, so it doesn't lend well to.
It's not very conducive.
And then they're like, "Oh, bro, you need to take me out." It's like, well, I can't because you're in the middle of your season. When it's good, you know. But they're like, "Oh man," like you know, they like people obviously they say stuff and they're like, "Oh, you're the man, you catch marlin." It's like, yeah, but it's like anything. Like if you want to do it, like you'll find a way. Like if you're dedicated, committed, like it's no fluke there.
No.
You know, like, well, what's the old saying? Like, 90% of the fish are caught by 10% of the fishermen. It's because those 10%, like, they go the extra mile, or they have time. Like, one thing I've noticed definitely with the marlin fishing is you've got to have time and you've got to have the opportunity too. So, opportunities in different forms, right? Like, I see a lot of people that are super successful. It's been part of their life journey. Like, you know, they've been a professional fisherman. So they've got all those skills that they've learned. They're now in a position that they have time. They have flexible calendars. Like a lot of my mates I look at the Gilbert boys, like on Albatross, they do really well every year out of Kawhia, but they're also fishing every day they can when the weather allows, because Luke's a very successful businessman. And he's put himself in a great position that he can take the time. You know, he's got, you know, but he's worked hard to get that, you know, it's not. He hasn't just fallen into a great business. He worked hard to create a business. Now he has time to do his passion. And
sometimes it'd be interesting to know how much of a motivator the passion was. You know, like for to have that extra 10% of drive to make you great in business.
Really want to nail this so I can
you know,
get more flexibility in my life because I want to fish more.
And maybe your answer to that between the boys might be different to when you're in front of your wife. But you know, like there's always like that. You know, it's interesting to see where that extra push comes from.
No, exactly. You talked about it there, but working for Jeff, so that was on the Aranui?
Initially it was on the Outer Limits, which was, funnily enough, a previous boat of Guy Jacobson's as well. And that was a 48-foot Riviera, and we fished on that for one season, and then Jeff found the Aranui, and we had a pretty good season on that Outer Limits that first year, and then got the Aranui, and the Aranui was just a weapon of a boat. Very, very capable boat, great to fish on. And
what sort of boat was that?
That was an O'Brien, so a 47-foot O'Brien, and they're I guess you'd call it like a semi-production Australian-built boat. But they're largely, well, they basically all go and work in the Great Barrier Reef season. I think like probably 80% of the ones that are built end up doing a season on the Barrier Reef, and those Australian captains know how to build a practical charter boat. You know, you want things to be easy, and like you need to be able, like that whole season we were doing overnight turnarounds, so we'd do a 5-night stay away trip, usually with 4 or 5 guests on what's a pretty small boat, and then we'd come back, we'd get in, 3 o'clock one afternoon or something. Those guys would get off, we'd do a wash down. Jeff would go off to get the groceries the next morning. Sean and I would go and fuel the boat up and try catch some baits, and then the next group would get on that afternoon and we'd leave and go through the night back up to the Three Kings. And so there's really not any time to do anything unnecessary, and so and it's a very similar model to how the Cairns guys operate, where they need to make money out of it. You really need to be efficient, and they just make the boats super efficient work. And so you still need to provide a good service. The boat needs to be immaculate, clean, food needs to be good, fishing, obviously the fishing experience needs to be great, but you can't do the fishing experience and have a successful business if the other shit's not taken care of. And so to make that stuff really efficient also makes the workload for us crew a lot easier. You can, like the interior, you can run through with a like a chamois, because it's basically gel coat on the inside of the boat. And it still looks good. But those boys have got it pretty worked out in terms of making a practical boat. So I did 2 seasons on that, and that was always
was Sean on there the whole time?
Sean did. So the first season on Outer Limits, I worked with Chris Ash, which was cool. Chris is.
I want to talk about him.
Everyone wants to talk about Chris. We had a great time. I learned a huge amount from Chris, and Chris is kind of like one of those most casually intense personalities that I don't know how else you could put it. Everything seems like
a joke.
Very like unimportant, but everything also gets done to a high quality. All of our guests love Chris. And for good reason too. And then we had the other 2 seasons I worked with Sean Thompson, who same thing, like lifelong friend. Obviously I've been away for a long time, I haven't been able to see as much of him as I would have liked, but I saw him this year for the first time in probably 12 years, and it was like hanging out with him yesterday. Solid, salt of the earth bloke, hard worker, great fisherman, and I really enjoyed everyone that I worked with on those boats. We had a good time, and it was the people that you worked with were important because it was all consuming. It was just relentless, and the hours, especially in a New Zealand summer, the hours you fish were huge. We'd get up, I can't remember the exact time, but whatever, like an hour before sunrise is when your day would start, and you would go try to catch live coes at the Three Kings, which can be an exercise in frustration at the best of times. And then you'd obviously fish all day. You're doing, cook breakfast, make lunch, cook dinner, and you finish up with dinner by, I don't know, I guess it would have been like 10 o'clock at night, and then all your charter clients are farmers and tradies. And so they're boys, they're on the boys trip, they got a few days off, they're like piles of beer, are getting drunk, and like myself and the other mate on the boat would be sleeping in the salon of the boat, so you're not going to sleep until those boys are done. So it was like physically draining and demanding, and you had to really want it. And like, I swear every season you'd like get the final month, you're like, never again. No, I'm not doing this again. But the next year you come crawling back.
You can't wait.
And that's a sign of the, like the people that you worked with, and I like to think all of us were professional, and we did the very best job we could every single day we went out there fishing, and I think that was why that boat remained. It was kind of like the last man standing in terms of like a full-time marlin charter boat going up to the Kings, and I think that was like because the boat as a whole, but especially Jeff was doing a really good job of getting those bookings, and Jeff had great fishing acumen and great contacts, and he really, I'd say he's probably the one that moulded me the most for like my overseas exploits. You know, he taught me the important things, and I owe a lot of my career to Jeff pretty much. You know, there's certainly, there are some days when I was like, man, he's bloody tough work. But that was what you needed. You needed that tough love, and still a good friend of mine to this day.
Yeah. Well, like, you know, like with successes, you know, what's the saying of like pressure makes diamonds? Yeah. You know what I mean? It's
I was definitely a rough diamond.
Yeah. I think we all are. Really, right? Like, but I guess the other side of that too is like you think about that, you think about pressure, and you think about, you know, intensity or whatever it may be on the boat. Like you're trying to deliver to a really high standard. Like if you truly want it, you can handle pressure. Yeah. Like that's I heard a really good terminology of pressure the other day. I wish I wrote it down, but it was something along the lines of like pressure's only there if you don't have the skills equipped to deal with the moment. I don't know if that's exactly how it was, but kind of right. Yeah. So when you're a young fella just starting out, that's all consuming. Like, holy shit, this dude's grumpy. Yeah. And you're like, oh, this is a lot of pressure. But then as you get through time, you build those skills. Then you learn it's like all of a sudden it's not pressure. It's like that's an expectation. Yeah. That's a standard. Yeah, I got that one wrong. Like you know yourself. Like if you know he gets pissed off. Yeah. Generally you're like, fuck yeah, I actually didn't. I could have done that better than what I did. And that's it. And then you can kind of live with. You know, it's the same with me as a player. Like, you know, a coach would get grumpy or you know might, you know, tune you up for something, and you know sometimes it's out of line, but very rarely. Most of the time you've done something. Oh, 100%. You know what I mean? And then you kind of, as you become more experienced, you learn to handle that better, and you're like, yeah, actually, I could have done it better. Well, and you just be like, okay, sweet.
I think it's also like, you're like, you're not like, the way my start happened there, I wasn't really thrown in the deep end of the pool. It was like getting kicked off a boat in the middle of the ocean sort of thing. You know? And you had, I hadn't had a massive amount of marlin fishing experience, you know, and here I was on, you know, one of the premier, if you will, sport fishing boats in the country with a guy who's had all of the experience, you know, and his mind going through things was probably like, oh yeah, this step, and then I was like, man, I just got to get this one thing right, and you're like, all your focus is getting this one thing right, and then you're like, got that done, and then he's like, well, what about this? And at the time you're like, man, how am I gonna like and get each day it was just a case of like trying to master one thing, and eventually it was enough. But it's funny that it really took me running my own boat to see where it came from, you know. And you'd be like, you look down from the bridge and you're like, what is happening down there? Like, what are these guys even thinking? And you'd like say something like at that stage where you're using headsets and stuff, and say something, you're like, oh yeah, I'm Jeff. Okay, yep, cool. You know, like, and it took that to appreciate what he'd done for me as well. And I hope that people who have fished with me at some point see like
the benefit.
You're not just trying to be hard or be a dick. You're like, just, you know that they've got it in them. Yeah. It's just do you want them to take 10 years to find it? Yeah. Or 3 months? And it was 3 months. Or 3 months 3 times. 9 months, whatever. You know, but that was kind of, it's interesting to see how to try to teach something that's so dynamic. You've got to be kind of tough with it, because that thing might only happen once that season, but it's an important thing to not forget. You know, because it's just like everything that happens is it's happened because 4 other things in front of it have happened, and those 4 things might not line up again for another year, but you're going to have to remember it
because if
next
it happens
time,
again, you
yeah,
better
because
be
it's
ready.
so dynamic,
Yeah.
you know. So,
Yeah.
it's just an interesting.
Yeah.
Like that's another interesting sideline to think that, you know, like I had to go full loop and end up back and being like and recognise, oh yeah, okay, man, I was a pain in the ass for Jeff. Yeah. You know? It's probably like, what is this guy doing?
Yeah. Well, it's funny, because it's like, obviously I'm in a very similar situation now that I'm coaching professionally and, you know, being a professional player and stuff, and then now going full circle and being a coach, you're like, you understand so much more about why coaches were the way they were at certain times and what things become important, and you hold on to those lessons and all that kind of stuff. And I like, for me, you spoke about there being dynamic. It's like, in terms of like a sport, rugby is in my mind the most dynamic in terms of like a sport that, you know, like the general population in New Zealand play. But if we look at, you know, like sport fishing or marlin fishing, I think that's why I love it, is because it's dynamic. And then, like, you know, it's only through you explaining that there, like I always thought the direct link or love or passion for it was because of the process, and that is part of it, but I think it's also how dynamic it is and how, if you want to be, because I take pride, like I'm sure most people doing anything, at being able to improve and be better at something. So for me, it's like, it's the ultimate test in terms of fishing, to be able to take those lessons in a really, really dynamic situation, generally heightened emotions, and I think a lot of that comes, you know, I think of the excitement that comes through it is because, you know, 99% of the time you're fishing, you're staring at the water, just watching lures cycle through the water, and then all of a sudden, bang, the fish is there, and you're like, holy shit, that's what I've been waiting for. I knew there was one here, or, you know, I've been working this and waiting for this moment, and then all those endorphins go woof and flood into your body, but then you got to stay calm in your mind and go, okay, what's the, you know, the fish is on, okay, what's it doing, what do I need to do, what's the plan, how do I stay calm, you know, because inside all you want to do is do fucking backflips and cartwheels and, you know, chahu, and you know, you can do that, but you've still got to be clear of the mind, and I think that's why, you know, I remember Sean talking to me when we were fishing, and he was like, man, for someone that's new into this, and like you love it, like you're so passionate about it, and you ask all the questions, because he's so quiet, he's just like, probably gets sick of me air bashing him with questions, but he was like, you stay so calm when it all happens, and I was like, well, that's just, I'm trained to do that. You know, like without knowing it, like my career has shaped me to be that way. Because like I've had to play in front of 50, 60, sometimes 80,000 people live. And it's loud and exciting, and you make a line break, and it's all of, you know, and the crowd's cheering for you or whatever. But you've got to stay calm and be like, oh, what do I need to do here? Like, where's my support? Like, who do I pass it to? Because if you just get excited every time, you're never going to fucking do your job.
You're one knock on away from being a loser.
And then everyone booing you. So it's like, I think that, you know, like, just listening to you explain, I guess, the dynamics of the sport and it being so dynamic, like that's obviously, because it's true, that's obviously a huge part of why the love and the passion is there from me, because it's like, for 20 years, that was my life, like living in such a dynamic space. Every day pitches are changing, and we, you know, like you spoke about
adapting every second.
Adapting every second, and then you've got to remember, you know, like you said it there, it's like, 4 things led up to that happening, and then we missed that chance right there, and those 4 things, you know, that's the exact same in rugby, and that might not present itself for another 2 seasons, but if, you know, you bank those learnings and you hold on to it, and you capture those moments in your mind, and how you felt and how you moved at that time. When that presents itself, and it might be, you know, next week, it might be 4 games, it might be in 2 years' time, it might be in 5 years' time. Even now as a coach, I see it and I go, oh, I've been in that situation. Just do this, you know, and it's like that's the.
I also think you've also got like
exciting.
when something, particularly when something goes wrong. Especially probably especially present in a New Zealand sport fishing sense, is that, you know, you've done your fishing day, or hopefully it happens early in the morning or whatever, and you get an opportunity and something goes wrong. You do have often a long time to reflect on and work that through in your head, because you, like you say, you're alone, kind of like on the water, just watching lures cycling, and obviously you're still evaluating your fishing, but you do have that opportunity to break it down and be like, oh well, there was probably, you know, like after that spike of excitement, you've got that long, often quite a long period of calm to be like, oh well, and well, that's where I always end up going, is okay, why did this happen? And you break it down, you're like, okay, we can, in the next one we can try to eradicate that issue. And you can't always, because like fishing's, I think the people who are really good at fishing understand how idealistic it is, because there's no hard and, because it's so dynamic, there's no hard and fast rule, but you can sit on these ideals, like you know, like for an example, like you could have, there's a good ideal when you're trying to gaff a marlin, you don't want to be gaffing over the top of the leader, you don't want to be behind the leader man until the fish turns fast, and then you can react to it, and sometimes that gaff shot's the best gaff shot that presents itself, and you can't be like, oh well, there's this golden rule. You've just got to adapt to that situation and lose some of the ideals, and I think that's probably got a lot of parallels in the game of rugby for you. You know, where you're like, okay, like sure, like 98% of the time this wouldn't be how we need to do it, but this is one of those 2% times, and we need
just got to do it.
We need to go, you know. So
rugby's definitely like that, because you, like, a lot of the time we practice, and this is something I'm learning a lot as a coach, is like we practice perfect picture, you know, and it's like, but the sport of rugby is so dynamic, as is fishing, like, and I think that, like, I guess the beauty of rugby is we can practice it. You know, where marlin fishing you can't practice unless you're like in it. Generally, you know, there's parts of it you can practice. But in terms of, like, you know, you can't fabricate catching a marlin.
No,
you can't. You know, but you can fabricate a backline strike in a certain scenario, or draw and pass under pressure, you know, multiple times. But being able to make that decision on a gaff shot, like that has to happen there and then.
Exactly.
So you got to bank that learning in the moment, with good or bad, and then, you know, to rip the emotion out of it, you know, when you can. And what I sort of find is the, especially with rugby, and then what I've seen with fishing, the guys that are really, really good are awesome at controlling their emotions. Like, I look at you, like fishing with you, like, you know, you clearly love it. Like, you know, the exact same conversation Sean had with me, but you can control your emotions. You're enjoying the shit out of it. But you're still just like, oh we'll just do this and do that. And you're like calculated in what you're doing. Sean's the same. Like, very rarely, like, see him smile. You know, I'm like, are you happy? And he's like, oh I'm happy. But he's like in that sort of, you know, like he's
in the groove.
In the groove. And then it's the same in rugby. Like, the guys that are the best, you know, that I've ever played with, and some of the best that have ever played the game, are some of those guys, is like, they don't get worked up emotionally, you know, they don't get in the red, they'll be aggressive, and they'll, you know, they'll dig their toes in when they need to, but they're not stupid, they don't make rash and
they're not in the bin every game.
They just stay, you know, they're just right on their edge, they're like, yep, well, good,
on the cusp.
I'll go far enough, and then, but I know where the limit is, and I won't kind of push that, and then, but they're just constantly calculated, and like I sort of, you know, spoke about, like, the pressures just, you know, exist when you don't have the skills to deal with the scenario. So generally what I find with a lot of guys that are super emotional is they lack somewhere, and that their emotion is their way of, like, their kind of point of difference, but they can go one of two ways. Like, some days you'll have a good day with that, other days you'll have a bad day with it, and then it's generally, you know, that, I guess, the curve of performance has spikes and dips. The ones that regulate their emotions, it's a nice slow curve, where the ones that are emotional is generally big spike, big drop.
Definitely.
And then, you know, obviously, like, fishing is, you know, very, very similar. In terms
well,
of
I think the majority of sports, you probably find, like, the guys who have that raw talent that, like you say, can get that consistency there, they're the biggest threat, you know. You might have explosive, fun to watch and sometimes they're the more popular
Yeah.
players, but you know, in terms of like the guy you really want on your team, it's that steady, you know, like
it's a boring dude.
Yeah,
because you're like, oh well, at least he'll do his job.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And it's funny, as you become a coach, it's just like, how do you get a whole team of those guys?
Yeah.
But you need those. But it's quite funny because as you learn team dynamics, you need the spikers. You
Yeah.
need those guys, and you pray they have good days.
Yeah,
and some days they don't, but
it complements the boring ones.
Exactly. Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's getting the balance and understanding what positions they need to be in to be like that, and I guess that's where knowledge and experience comes in as well in terms of building a team together. Yeah, and I imagine it, very similar to when you're putting a crew together on a boat. Like you can't have two mutes there, and then the customers have got no one to talk to.
And you can't, and then you've got obviously every boat's different. So like the chartered side, there's a big entertainment component there. And and then you compare that to like a private, obviously a huge part of my career has been private boats where the clown component doesn't need to be there, or the the entertainment component doesn't need to be there as much, because those people are getting to know you like good friends. And so each boat you've got to read the room a little bit, and I think we had like on the charter boat we had like a good complementary mix at all times, and it was interesting. Jeff used to firmly encourage a couple of beers at the end of the day because he never wants you to be drunk at the end of the day, but to share a couple of beers with these guys on their time off, so that the whole vibe of the boat's in the right place, and so there is that entertainers side. And then I've worked for some bosses that really enjoy like a bit of boys fun, and then some that are really straight edge, and you've just got to find your way in there. But there's always one that complements another.
So talking about, we might as well, like, do you have any awesome Chris Ash stories from your time when you guys fished together?
Probably the one that really sticks with me for a number of reasons is just beyond him turning around and giving you that, like, the shit eater grin and laugh at you, because I gave him plenty of opportunities to do that, where things just weren't going right for me, and like he was kind of like breezing through life, like everything just seemed, at least on the boat, seemed to go his way, and then I found a way to fuck everything up, kind of and he'd just turn around and give you that, know the grin that I'm talking about, and you're like, and it was so like, it kind of reminded you that everything was going to be fine, but it also just cut you so deep all at the same time. But in terms of a specific situation, we were trolling between the Middlesex Bank and the King Bank. There's a pretty big trough there that, for the most part, it's not like an immensely productive piece of, well, in my experience, maybe someone's got different views on that. And we were going there, and it was on that old submarine, that 48-foot Riviera, and we're trolling along, and we used to just troll just 3 teasers. That was all our spread was, 3 hookless teasers. And Jeff says, he's like, left long, or whatever he used to call it, but left long teaser. And Jeff was always very, like the calm, like it's like I've seen it a gazillion times, no big, So he's left long, and then he's like blue marlin left long, and then I think he said like big fucker, or something kind of like out of the norm. We keep teasing this thing up, and it was a fucking big fish, like real deal, like haunt your dreams. Never forgotten it type thing. And we pitch a live koru to her. It's a small koe, and pounced. From memory, it like pounced on it like 2 times, and it was just pushing so much water that the bait was getting blown out of its weight.
Oh, yeah.
And then it did a more controlled bite, and we hooked this thing up. But because of that style of fishing, and because it came on the longest teaser, the other 2 teasers are already in the boat.
Yeah.
So by the time we hook that fish on the pitch, there's nothing to clear.
Yeah.
Like, it's game on, let's go. And we hooked it like on the second pressure wave.
Yeah.
You know, so the fish is right there, and it comes out. And I don't even know if we had it on an 80 chair rod. I don't even know if anything was set, but like the gaffs just come down. You know, it's like maybe something was mentioned, but either way, like both the gaffs are down.
They're ready.
And we start going on this thing, but it was horrendously rough. Like it was like kind of at that point where you're probably almost calling a day at the islands. You know? And
Of course, it had to happen on that day,
on that day and in that boat.
Yeah.
You know, and so we like start coming back on it, and the fish is going up sea, but it's right there. You know, and so we like come up the first wave, and we scoop a wave into the cockpit.
Yeah.
And I try to tell everyone, best way to make your boat real slow in reverse, fill it up with fucking water. You know? Yeah. So we come up the next wave, and we're already heavy, and another wave crashes in the cockpit.
Yeah.
And you know, the bilge alarms start going, and like it just turned to shit, like real quick. And seem to remember Jeff just being like, "Jane, put the gaff down. We've got a lot of water in the boat." And I was just there like kind of frozen in time, because shit was just happening at this rapid rate. Yeah. So I hang the gaff up. I like look in the engine room. The engine room is, I think there's a bit of water in there, but not like chaotic.
Yeah.
And we start going forward, and we open the transom door to let some of the water out. Yeah. And this thing just starts bombing up the side of us. Yeah. Bombing, it was big. And then it went underneath us, and we got the line hung up. And we get it back into not free spool, but like super light drag. And Chris is like, "Give me the mask." And I was like, "You're going in the fucking water?" He puts his mask on, and it was like rough, like the type of, if you haven't done it, you probably wouldn't realise how sketchy it is. Yeah. But to go under a boat with rudders and props in I can't remember how big the seas were, but it was like properly rough. Yeah. Like the chance of just getting knocked unconscious is extremely high. Really high. And so he just scoots in there. And it felt like a quarter of a second later, he's climbing in the back of the boat like some sort of a seal. Yeah. And he's like, "Let's go." And he's pulled the line. The line was like somehow I'd missed the props, and it was like hung up like on the front side of the rudders. Yeah. We just pulled the line off, and we bombed after that fish for like another, I think we had it on for like another 15 minutes, and then we parted it where like it had anti-foul all over it and stuff, and the fish got away from us. But I just like how calm he was, like, and he's missed the big blue marlin in New Zealand, right? Yeah. Like if you want to put someone on your boat and catch a grand of blue marlin, it better be Chris Ash. You know, like
we caught 2 of them.
Yeah, exactly. So like probably more qualified than anyone in the country. And he was just so calm, and you know, and obviously it was typical of my experience in the industry. It wasn't the fairy tale ending that all of us were wanting, but I remember Jeff like punching the back of his captain's chair, which also out of character, you know, like and he just looks at Chris, and he's like, "How big was that thing?" And Chris was like, he was like, well, way bigger than the other 2 that I weighed. And Jeff's weighed, like, I think his biggest that he's weighed is 1256. Yeah. So massive fish. You know, like people are trying to catch a grander, and he catches one that's got another 250 pounds on it. So like both of them well versed in really, really large fish. And I wasn't even like a part of the conversation. I was just standing there like realistically didn't really have much of an idea of what I'd just seen, apart from this thing was like a bus, like massive. But that's probably probably one of my longest, like etched in my mind is Chris coming back over the
boat.
back. But
Like it's
partly because like I just wanted him to come back. Like,
but, please come back.
But yeah, I'll never forget that. And it was kind of like painted a picture of who Chris was in a fishing sense, where things were just like, no big deal. What?
Yeah.
You didn't even think about jumping in with a mask, you know?
What's
and
wrong?
he'd never make you feel bad about it, but
No,
it's just
but
like
it's
very, things were just like casually worked for Chris, and I'm sure that that's not just like that's a result of him going through all the stuff I went through at an earlier time. But it was funny. I actually did a fishing charter with Chris when I was like 11 years old or something.
Oh, true.
Out of the Bay of Islands, and like I remember he was running a 25-foot Bertram called Little 2.
Yeah.
Not probably one of his proudest drives, but and I can like from that day, like even from that day, I was like, this guy's the man, and I didn't really have anything to base it on. I was just this dude, he's like had the whole like surfer dude sort of like everything's calm and easy, you know, and I was like, this dude's on, you know, and then
he's got that energy about him though, like he's
got a vibe, you know, and it's just funny to end up working for him, you know, whatever that would have been, 7-8 years further down the track, and I hadn't forgotten him.
It's
and
that
like
dude again.
at that time I was aware that he was Bob's son, you know, and like Bob was very much a thing, and you're like, it's kind of it kind of shows you how small that fishing industry is in New Zealand, you know.
It's real funny because I'd obviously never met Chris before, but obviously his his kind of legacy precedes him. Like he's spoken about by a lot of people. I'd love to get him on here. It'd be a
good yarn.
It'd be a great yarn. He's got like awesome stories, but it's just hard to nail him down. But I'm sure I'll keep persevering.
I'll put him in a cage.
Get there one day. I'll get there one day. But I remember like when I had Bonds on, like when I first had Bonds on, and he talked about Chris and obviously you know they're both really close, like good mates, and he's like he made the comment, he's like, you never know, like with Chris, like everything seems like a joke and he's laughing, but what he actually is telling you is like the gold, like you just got to decipher it amongst and as you sort of learn him and understand him, like I fished with him one day a few years ago now, maybe 2-3 years back, and we fished off Tanari Beach there and went out off Clayworks. And I learnt so much, and I have so much confidence now fishing on the East Coast, like especially in the far north, after one day with him. Just understanding the fishery, he just explained a couple of small things to me, and he's just like, you know, he talked a lot about the currents and how they generally run down the coast, and he goes, and pay attention to the radio. And listen to the depths where fish are caught, because that'll tell you that you know, kind of, and read a lot into the depth line. And he talked a lot about his kind of favourite areas and why they were, and what sort of currents you want to see and that kind of stuff. And so now when I go out there, I'm like full of confidence, you know, and it's amazing what confidence does to your fishing.
Probably the most important component of it all. You know, you look at certainly all the captains that I aspire, or fishermen that I aspire to be like, and there's plenty of them. I'd love to be more in their league, and they're confident, you know, they're like constantly like, no, we're just gonna pound it. Tony Carpenter, prime example. Like he's just like, no, I'm like, somehow without being egotistical too. But you know, he'd be like, no, I'm making the right decision, and it's probably not gonna work out today. Or maybe not tomorrow, but like
it'll work.
Or just grind this out, and it's all going to be, you know.
Tony's an extremely good fisherman, eh?
Any
type of fishing too.
And he's not, he's kind of like a trailblazer in some ways. So he doesn't follow, which is quite hard to do. You know, to be like, okay, we're going to go, and you know, obviously everyone's pulled skill sets from, you know, like, it's not like not like Tony invented deep dropping for swordfish. But he's taken that idea and been like, okay, it's working like this in this environment. I just need to make X, Y, and Z adaptation over here, and I'll get it to work over here, and have the confidence to, like, the first 2 days when it doesn't work, that's fine. We'll wear that. But also, you've got to be blessed, like you said earlier, with the days to wear those bad days. You know, like, and a lot of people don't have that luxury. But he certainly doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't shy away from that challenge. You know.
No, it's pretty cool. Like, do you have you know, like we talked there about Chris, but with Sean, do you have like a day that stands out with the two of you fishing together?
I don't know that I do, and not in any way as a negative to Sean, but we were just like, we were like a little tractor, eh? We just like kind of plodded along and worked through it. Probably the one thing, there were just a lot of like little entertaining jokes between us. But one of the big arguments each trip, was who got to do the frozen pizzas as a lunch. Oh yeah. So cooking lunch, like at the Kings sucked. Or making lunch, and I was definitely far from I was not good in the galley. Like I'd make a sandwich and you just see it cascading off the flybridge, chef's throwing it over the side. That's another thing that Chris would always smirk at me at. He'd be like, oh fuck, another one of your sandwiches. But so we had a rule that if it was like particularly rough, you could make you can make these frozen pizzas. And it was rough this day, and I said, this is pizza day, and Sean was like, no, I don't think it's a fucking pizza day, because he wanted to save it for himself or whatever. And I go in there, and we had like a convection microwave, and you could stack 2 or 3 pizzas in there. I think it was 3 pizzas on the racks. And I get these things going, and you know, it's typical oven pizza, 15 minutes, something like that, right? And so I go back out, put them on, I go back outside, we raise the fish, we at least hook the fish. And I come back in, and the pizzas, it was that rough that the pizzas slid off the rack and is against the back of the...
Oh, the element.
Yeah, back of the element. And then I was like, well, I've still got one in here, I'll get the other one out. And that one fell on the floor. And I was just like, you know, like, how much worse can this go? So I was like, I'm sure, like, Sean and I will eat this, and I'll make sandwiches for everyone else. And so I start the horrors that is making sandwiches for 10 odd people at sea when it's rough enough. Well, when it's rough enough for your pizza to fall off. And I get going, like, start a little Subway arrangement, you know, so I can just like make one as I go. Raise another fish. I go in and I come out, everything's on the floor again. And the amount of pleasure Sean took in that, just like, he was like, I told you it wasn't a pizza day. So, but yeah, other than that, you know, we just kind of, as I said, we just picked through it ourselves and dealt with the highs and lows that were. And we both had our times where we were like, I've had enough, and you're downstairs just in a grump, and it's cold, and like, it's not really marlin fishing weather by the time you get to April or whatever it is. You're like, got rain jackets on, and you're like frozen to the core, and then you raise one fish and you screw it up, and you get yelled at, and you're just like, oh god, here we go. So that was kind of what they're the things that stand out, was like the tail end of the season, when you're just worn out and you can't. It'd be nice if the tail end of the season got, like, the weather got nicer and warmer or something, but that's definitely not the way it works.
No.
So, nothing in particular with him. But.
Were you on the boat when when the fishing was extremely slow and he switched to skippy? Were you on the boat then?
I'm not sure.
Because obviously, because it was the obviously he used to do the switching. And the fishing, he said, on one trip was extremely slow. And he was like, you know, it was like marlin masterclass, you know, trying to teach these people how to bait and switch, and then there was just no fish. And then he was like, stuff this, and he stitched a little like belly flap bait into like a skippy lure.
Oh yeah.
And then he was like, oh, we'll just do it with a skippy.
Yeah,
you know?
no, I wasn't there, but I can see how they would have gone down there.
Yeah. And then obviously, like Jeff was like, what are you up to? And he's like, well, there's no fish. Like we might as well, switch to skippy for sort of show them the process.
Yeah.
And then anyway, up comes the skippy and it's piling onto the skippy lure. He's like, yep, here he is.
Yeah.
And Jeff's just like shaking his head. He's like, come on, mate, let's slow the boat. Let's switch this thing. And he was just like, and then eventually Jeff folded and slowed the boat and he threw over a little live mackerel. Yeah. And then switched and the skippy ate it. And then, that was their like entertainment.
And there you go. Like it shows you that whole thing about the entertainment side and having a personality and like finding that workaround when the fishing's you can't control how good the fishing is, so you
it's a good good use of skills too, right? Like
100%.
Like, we'll just downscale it and have some fun doing it. And,
exactly.
So he was I've learned a lot from Sean. Like he's like I said, he would get probably fucking annoyed with all of my questions and that, especially early on. Like you can ask any of my family and my wife and any of my mates, like if I want to learn something, I'm like relentless. I just fixate on it and I'll just find a way to like work it out. And no doubt that's why I had a professional career in rugby too, because I just wanted to be good at it. Like, it's not necessarily I was the most natural or most talented, but I just
extra drive.
Wanted to like find a way to be able to do it. It's it was really good. So like what was the kind of process from like the Aranui to offshore? Was it overseas from there or?
Yeah, so I was real fortunate to have Josh Worthington as one of my best friends. And so he'd be like a bit of a household name. Massively capable, like just the fishiest guy you're ever going to meet for anything. You dream up something you want to catch, he'll tell you how. Well, he won't tell you. He'll show you that he can catch it. But we used to fish a lot. We never worked together in New Zealand, but we used to fish a lot recreationally together. And I'm pretty sure that we had both applied for this job that was over in Costa Rica, but we didn't know that both had applied, and then he ends up going overseas to work on this boat in Costa Rica, and I guess like the cogs in my brain naturally turned pretty slow, and it took me a while to work out that
that was the job.
That job. So anyway, he gets over there, and it was pretty quiet from him for a little while, and then they started fishing in Costa Rica, and they were going out. There were a set of fads out that were put out by a boat called the Typhoon, and they were 100% secret. Like very, very few people knew about them. And my understanding was that they went out and they did like a typical Kiwi approach to fishing one day. They just went down to the best looking seamount that was there and stayed out there 5 days, and progressively they were finding one area was holding a lot of fish there, and they found the fad. And then Josh was telling me, we went out and we caught like 8 from 14 blue marlin or something, and I was just like, are you sure they're not like stripies or like just, and like that's a very audacious thing to say to Josh, because Josh is like this walking fish encyclopedia. Like if anyone's gonna know what a blue marlin looks like, it's him, And so he's like, fuck off, they're blue marlin, and I was like, oh, what, like, and I'd always had a pretty open mind to the opportunities that were outside of our waters, but I guess I wasn't aware of just how good Costa Rica was. I knew it was. I used to watch like what was Jose Wahibi, Spanish Fly. They had a show called Spanish Fly, and they did a bit of fishing there, and it had always been like in the background that I was interested in it. But the numbers he was telling me were just ridiculous. And so I said to him, I'm like, look, man, if something comes up, just tell me, and I'll come. And I guess he kind of called my bluff on that, because it would have been like 6 months later, he let me know that the other mate that was on that boat, his partner was having a baby and he needed to have like 2.5 months off while his child was small. And he's like, oh, do you want to come over and like fill in for him? And at this stage I was running the wave dancer boats out of West Haven, or running one of the wave dancer boats. And I was like, yeah man, I'm in, like 100%, I'll come do it. And he said the only problem that we have is that we could hire like an American guy and the flights would be real cheap, so you'd have to pay your own flights. Which now I look back on it, I realise that was all a bit fucked up. But but I was like, yeah man, no problem, I'll work it out. Yeah. So I hung up the phone and I looked at my bank account and I had like $420 or something like that, and I was like, oh shit. And so I was trying to, and I had like rent to pay. I had like I was on the 100% on the bones of my ass, like living not day to day, like hour to hour sort of thing. And I was like, fuck, I need to make this work somehow. And so I called him back and I said, oh look, I'm like financially I can't do it, but could you guys buy the ticket and I'll just work it off? Yeah. And it was Tony Autumn was running that boat. Yeah. And he agreed to it, and so I went over there and I just said to Josh, look, if you can find, like, if you hear of another job coming up, just put my name in the hat. And I got on a flight. I don't know, it wasn't long after that. A week and a half after that or something, and I kind of said to my dad, I'm just gone for a couple of months, and I never came home. Yeah.
What year was that when you left?
That must have been like 2011 or something like that. Something like that, I guess.
And then you just come back permanently.
Yeah, I did like 13 years.
End of 2020.
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, I did like 13 years.
Right.
And
so what was that experience like when you first got there? Like.
Kind of like a wet dream sort of thing. You like go into that marina. It's a pretty unique spot. So that marina kind of became the Los Sueños marina became like my defunct base. That basically I'd say 80% of my time in total that I was away was spent somewhat around that as your
home kind of base point. Yeah.
And it's unique. Like Costa Rica is a very beautiful, naturally beautiful country with all the rainforest, but there's a lot of poverty there. Yeah. And you kind of like driving, and like it'd be an hour and a half drive from the airport to the marina, and you drive in and you see some pretty rugged living conditions, and then you come through these gates and it's just absolutely perfect, pristine grounds. You go down to the marina and it's not like a marina we see in New Zealand. It's like picture perfect, like landscape gardens, and then just towers. Like you almost don't get let in there if you got a sailboat. It's just like top end sport figure machines, one after the other, and you just can't believe it. And it's just a different level of wealth there, pretty much. And we were on the biggest boat in the marina. There was an 82-foot Viking. Yeah. And I'd had a bit of background in some pretty big boats prior to that in New Zealand. Like I was on the old Lanakai, which was 90 feet, and worked with the Island Passage guys up in Vanuatu and stuff like that. So I had a bit of I didn't have the shock factor with the boat size, but the boat quality and the fact that it was literally just a sport fishing machine. It wasn't like a cruising boat that masqueraded as a sport fishing boat, or and we did some really cool fishing on there. We did a trip down to Panama and some fad fishing, and we had great fishing there. And then the old mate ended up coming back, and that's when the job on the Carol Libby started. That kind of came along, and they were looking at they were wanting to do like world record, like rider tackle world record fishing
Yeah.
stuff, and kind of my background with Jeff had played into that a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I just sold the shit out of myself to those guys, and
Yeah.
that was really kind of like the big catalyst for getting into that more top end of the boats over that side.
Yeah.
Just because we had such monumental fishing while we were with them. So
Yeah. So can we talk about like I've heard Tony's side of obviously Carol Libby, and just in terms of like us talking, and like he's another one I want to get on here because he's got some great stories this year as well. But in terms of like the Carol Libby, how many marlin was it in a year?
So on that boat, I think I did 914 that season between two boats, but on that boat I think we were 884 in a year.
Yeah, and it was it like, what was the kind of, was it the Sun that was trying to set the record for the most?
So our boss was this guy we called Mr. Greg.
Yeah, Mr. Greg.
Mr. Greg, and he's like just the nicest, most considerate, coolest human being, like basically walking the earth. You know, like he was 100% a pleasure to work for the whole time. And his son Keith was, I don't know, maybe like, I think he was 8, like fresh out of high school.
Yeah.
And basically he bought this 60-foot Spencer custom game fishing boat for his son for a gap year between high school and college. And basically we could just go fishing, and Keith,
other world,
and Keith, I mean, very different, but Keith was really cool, and he, to some extent, he like worshipped the ground that we stood on.
Yeah.
And so it was one of those rare situations where you could have a boat owner ask you what you should do, and you would actually get listened to, instead of asking what we should do and then being like, oh well, that's cool, but I actually think this. So we could basically sculpt a fishing program that was the best of the best, pretty much. And you know, the results obviously spoke for themselves, but it wasn't. It's funny, it'd be easy to think, oh, maybe those guys were like just the most incredible blue marlin fishermen that have like walked this earth, but it's really just by the numbers. But that's not really the case. It's kind of like, you know, one of those like opportunity meets preparation sort of situations. You know, so to achieve that sort of thing, you really need, in my opinion, or to achieve like a season like that, or to win like those Los Sueños sailfish tournaments, you really need 5 things. You need the crew, you need the angler or anglers, you need the boat, you need the money, and you need the time. And the location, obviously. But like, we were fishing more days than anyone else in the best fishing blue marlin numbers location in the world. Obviously it wasn't a great spot to catch big blue marlin, but if you wanted to turn over the numbers, it was the only place. It was the Mag Bay for striped marlin, for blue marlin, you know, like, and so we had exceptional fishing there, and we were good at it, but it was putting those 5 things together and having a relentless drive towards that goal. And when I say relentless, I mean we were doing 5 nights, 150 nautical miles offshore, and we'd come back in, we'd get in at 2 o'clock in the morning, sleep in till 8, and then go to the fuel dock, get fuel, get groceries, do an oil change if we had to, and back out there for another 5 nights. And the crazy thing about that 884 in a year blue marlin was that I think we caught that in like 4.5 months.
Far out.
And we were just got into the meat of the season there, and we were just hammering on it. And we had our own like fad program, so we were like placing our own fads offshore, and so no one else was knowing where we were fishing, and we had them right out to like 220 nautical miles offshore, and if a boat followed us out, we'd just go to the 220 nautical mile one, they'll get scared.
Yeah.
They'll turn back, or we just carry on going. But we it was the drive that really set that all up, and just it was relentless, and we got to the point where if we caught less than 15 in a day, we'd move locations.
Yeah.
So that was the kind of expectation that we were having, and I think we caught over 33 times or something, over 30 in a day, and our best day was 34 in a day.
Yeah.
And it definitely helped having angle is important.
Yeah.
Massively important. And Keith, I'm sure if you ask Tony, Keith will tell you the same thing, that he's the best stand-up angler that I've ever had the pleasure of fishing with.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know how he, I think there was a natural
Yeah.
ability there, because he, in the past, he hadn't caught enough fish for it to...
So be learned.
Yeah. But he had this, silky smooth technique, but everything was always under immense pressure. So when he came forward to gather line, the rod was still bent up crazy, and it was kind of it was hard. It's hard on your tackle to fish like that. Like what we're talking about, Yankee reverse and all of that.
Yeah.
Kind of testament to the tackle. We never had I think we had one reel problem across 880. And we're just using Tiagras and Telecas, and they were awesome. They didn't get serviced, or they're just heavy use. But he was an excellent angler, and having the angler is really important. And you can be a great fisherman without the angler. It's not going to work for you. And likewise, you can be a great angler without the right crew. It's not going to work for you. So it's really it is a team sport.
Yeah.
But that program, when I first started there, was, as I said, it was initially light tackle fishing, and then we started fly fishing for blue marlin, and we got really good at that. I was actually really proud at how good we became with our fly fishing for billfish, and there's a lot of really small adaptations that you need to make to how you fly fish for a billfish to be effective at it. And I think that sculpted my mentality for the rest of my fishing, was that the little percentage gains are really important when they are cumulative and they come together. But we did really well with that. We're fishing largely 20-pound tippet, so the people that don't know about the fly fishing rules, they're pretty messed up. They're all backwards. So you can have 12 inches of leader. It's been a while since I've done it, so hopefully I've got it the right way around. But 12 inches of leader from your hook, maximum. Yeah. And then, so that could be whatever you want. We used to fish 100-pound leader there, and then you go straight into a section of maximum 20-pound tippet that has to be 16 inches long. And that's right down by their bill. Yeah, yeah. And then fly lines very thick diameter, and that little bit of 20 pounds got to pull all of that fly line through the water at whatever speed the marlin wants to swim. Yeah. And so I think that was a big way that I started to think about belly a lot more, and why belly's become such a overbearing principle for me with fighting a fish.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because it was so accentuated, and so we would cut our fly line right down to basically as short as it could possibly be, and then have braid on the back side of it, and all these little tweaks that take you from catching, literally busting off every blue marlin bite you have in a day to, I think our best day, we released 11 on fly, something like that. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Which is pretty good fishing, especially when you consider that it's a 1-to-1 reel, right? So you can't say, you just rip backwards in the boat, because you never keep up. You're gathering such a small amount of line with each turn of the handle. And that was another thing, you're okay, the only way to make a fly reel gather more line is to have a bigger spool, or an arbor, but a bigger spool. So then you go down, you search for the reel with a bigger spool, but it's still got to have a drag that will handle, so. But naturally, as you go to a bigger spool, you can fit a bigger drag washer in there, and So there's all these little bits that you grab at to make it a successful operation.
1% changes.
And so what was really frustrating about that though was as we learnt throughout the year, there were like tweaks coming in, you know, and you'd implement a tweak and then another tweak and then another one. And we finally got to this point where I was like, man, we've worked out the perfect rod, the perfect reel, the perfect amount of fly line, the perfect leader, the perfect knots, the perfect tippet, perfect flies, perfect teasers, perfect teaser poles, perfect fixed head gaffs because you can't use a flying gaff. All it, like, we'd gotten it all. Yeah. And probably the thing is, the first trip where I was truly happy with everything that we had pieced together, we hooked this blue marlin that was like 400 pounds. Yeah. And we fought it for, I think it was 5.5 hours, which is a long time on 20-pound tippet. Yeah. And gave this thing a tickle up with a gaff, and it did these 4 jumps that were like, I don't know, 12 feet in the air, or like 8 feet in the air. Yeah. Just like a giant fuck you. Yeah. Busted us off, and I remember Keith just throwing that rod, like it was like a $5,000 custom fly fishing setup. Just throw it on the tee. Yeah. And he said, "Fuck this." He's like, "We're fishing conventional tackle tomorrow." Yeah. And I was like, and it was like 8 o'clock at night. Yeah. And I'm like, oh well, what conventional tackle? Yeah. And so we like gather a couple of rods together, and I'm there, you know, I had some 200 pound, some circle hooks, and I just started rigging. And you need to bear in mind that we were raising like, we'd have like 60 teaser bites a day. Yeah. 70 teaser bites a day. So in my mind, I'm doing the math. I'm like, well,
I've got to make a lot of leaders.
A lot of leaders. And that first day we caught 24 in a day, I think. The record at that stage was 28. Yeah. And so that was what started that. The record chasing became most in a day and most
in a year,
in a season. Yeah.
In a season.
And we just started hammering on them, and we had a big old 3 days there. I think we caught like 80 in 3 days or something like that. Or like a lot, you know. And we had the other mate working with me was this Panamanian guy called Juan, and he's like another, you know, like one of the best things that's happened through my career is the people that I've met. But he was like just this awesome dude, and that was before Tony's time. And he was a great guy to spend it with, and we kind of like did a bit of fishing like that, and then we ended up in Puerto Vallarta in Mexico, which has got the nickname Cowtown. So that's where it's like one of the like premier big yellowfin fisheries in the world. Oh yeah. And there's tons of like a lot of yellowfins over 200 pounds, which is what constitutes a cow yellowfin. Yeah. And we went there and we were trying to fish, I think 12 pound for them there, and that was hard, man. Yeah. It was demoralising, and you'd like fish under a kite with a live caballito, which looks very similar to a jackmack. Yeah. Just see like the big old explosion on the kite, and you're like, oh man, that thing's like 230 pounds or something, you know, and you just get your ass handed to you. And it was through that period that Tony joined us. Yeah. And it was with Tony the following year where we had like the all-out assault on the numbers down there in Costa Rica, and just chipped through it, you know. Yeah. Tony was just a great guy to have beside you in the cockpit, and you know, just a workhorse, eh? Yeah. I had to beat a fair bit of Kiwi out of him when he showed up. Oh, but, you know, he definitely had the like trailer boat background, and you're like, oh no, this thing's like a picturesque sport fishing boat. We need to look after it, and but he was a quick learner with all of that, and we had a great time fishing together. But
there was like I remember you talking about obviously like with the teaser bites and stuff, just little different techniques that you learned and adapted, and obviously quite often you were saying that fish would come in and bite the teaser and you wouldn't see it because they would grab it on the downside.
That was a really weird thing. So we were fishing when we on that boat we'd do a number of different techniques. We had lure fish quite a bit with hooks. We had tease and switch, and we had live bait.
Yeah.
And we had like specialist equipment
For
each thing, and I mean we had to have a lot of rods, but it was a really efficient way to change over between the techniques as the day evolved.
Yeah.
I mean, it made you really efficient.
Did you find that they would bite better on different things at different times of day?
Yeah, or like another weird thing that we noticed was as we got like further down the path with that, more and more people were finding where our fads were.
Yeah.
And if you had, say there were 4 boats on the fad, 3 people were live baiting.
Yeah.
Or all of you were live baiting.
Yeah.
And then you changed over and you started trolling, like you're coming through at 8 knots and they're doing a knot and a half or 2 knots or whatever.
Bang.
You would get hammered, it'd just be all on, and then they would start trolling.
Yeah.
And you would go and you'd go back to live baiting.
And then
and
you'd be
so,
all on.
so long as you were the point of difference,
Yeah.
it seemed like that had a really big effect.
Oh, okay.
And then the other thing that was really noticeable was like the high tide slack was the prominent bite time, even though you're it didn't make any sense. You're miles offshore.
Yeah.
So.
And that would be biting. What would they bite then? High tide slack.
Anything.
Anything. Didn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very productive time to live bait.
Yeah.
But it didn't really seem to matter.
Didn't matter.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Again, like high tide would come around if you were doing the thing that someone else wasn't doing.
Yeah.
Game on. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, the teaser bite thing was unique in the sense that when we were teaser fishing, we were using 8-foot guideless teaser poles.
Yeah.
And they're a really, especially for people who are starting to pitch bait, they're a really good technique because you can really guide your lure to right where the pitch bait is.
Yeah.
And then it gets like the lure, like your teaser lure gets in line with the bait, and because the rod's so long and stuff, you can pluck the teaser out, and so that lure just disappears, and all of a sudden there's a bait in its place, and it gets piled on really quick.
Yeah.
But the one bonus that we noticed with fishing those teaser poles is we'd be trolling along and we're watching, like diligently watching the lures, and the lure would come up and it'd like smoke on the surface and it'd go beneath the surface, and you just see the rod tip buck. And you like the first time you'd see it, you watch it, and then the lure would come up again, nothing, you go under and it buck again. Yeah. And you say to the captain, hey, watch that. Yeah. You know, like that right teaser, and he'd say, oh yeah, there's a fish there. And it was a very common, like I'd say a quarter of the bites be like that. And you're just seeing them just very subtle rod tip bounce.
Yeah.
And once we picked up on that, you know, and like there's all kinds of different ways, like, you know, a good mate in a lot of locations will sit with their hand on the outrigger halyards. Yeah. And you can feel subtle changes. Yeah. Like, and you won't see anything, but you'll feel that'll get you paying attention. You can see it or something. So, you know, they can be pretty sneaky. And they're still, you know, you're still talking about 250-pound blue marlin. It's not like it's an easy thing to hide. But they would, the lure's probably going under, it might be like 1.5 foot under the water on its downside, maybe a touch more. Yeah. But they can fit in there and they just grab it on this, or whack it on that one. Yeah. And, but it's funny that you remembered that. But it was one of the additional perks of those teaser poles.
Yeah, well, like the reason I like kind of remember that because it resonates with me well is because obviously I film my bites. Yeah. But I've had, I think maybe 4 or 5 fish eat the Trojan in the short corner, which is a suck down, pull down deep lure, and it's like I haven't seen the and you watch the footage and you fucking zoom it in like a hawk. Yeah. Nothing, not a swirl. Yeah. Nothing. It's just like the clip just goes, and I'm like, oh, what was that? I've twice looking straight at the lure, like watching the short corner, and the clip's gone. I'm like, what happened there? And then next minute Marlin's out jumping, and I'm like, I was fucking looking right at that. Yeah. Like, how did I not see it? But that makes a lot of sense.
And I think that gives a bit of, like, my mind naturally goes to, okay, do you need to have a couple of different action options? Yeah. Do you need to have something in your spread that cycles like that? Yeah. Because I'm naturally drawn to, like, a lot of the, like, more surface-oriented lures, you know, like slant face, like mole hilling sort of smoky surf, like more Hawaiian sort of style. That's just what I like looking at. But at times you got to be like, okay, do you need something that has that real cycling component to it? Because there's something to it. I don't know for what reason, but you know, and that's where you get into your like the old favourites, your Mole Crafts, or like Kiwi Special, the old Zuka, or you know, like and you've got to if you recognise these consistencies there, they're worth at least keeping and you're like
well, to me that
back in your mind,
like where I run the when that's happened, it's been the Trojan in the short corner, and that's where the dredge is. So I'm like, well, you know, that fish is probably in the dredge or like on the dredge, and it sees that lure cycle down, and it's like, oh shit, it's right there, and they grab it, you know. So like that to me, and I'm not a fish, I'm never gonna know. But to my mind, it makes sense. So that I'll run that lure there for that reason.
And it gives you the confidence to run that lure there, and the confidence is really the important component. You know.
Well, it's like you said there, you like run those lures, the slant faces and the multiple, and like what you're saying there, because you like looking at it. Like Bonds talks about that all the time. He's like, if you like looking at it, or if you like the look of it, you're gonna put it out. So. You know, because he goes, I remember when the first time I went fishing with him, and I was like, oh, what should we run today? And he goes, what do you want to run? I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, and he's like, what do you like look at? And I'm like, oh. And he's like, well, if you like the look of it, put it out. He's like, they all work. Like, you know, you've just got to, and then, you're within reason. Like, he's like, you can't put that out on a, like on a rough day. It's not going to stay in the water. But,
exactly.
You know, like, but he's like, what colours you like, and all that kind of stuff. He's like, pretty much like, if you've got a variance, like a couple of lures that are cycling a different way, helps. And then because one day they might bite that, another day they might bite that style, or you never know. And then same with colour, like vary the colour up. But then some people go out and run the same 5 lures every day. And never change it.
No.
And and that works too. So
and like you've got to think about the experiences people have been exposed to, right? So like maybe you could say that those people who do the same 5 thing every day don't know what they're missing out on, or maybe we don't know. Like so. There's that side too, and that's just you just keep coming back to that confidence thing.
It gives you confidence.
And man, I've had I've got like this 100% unjustified lure collection. Right. So it's just something that I really enjoy, and I've got some I've got something that I got, and I'm like, man, this is the coolest lure. And then you run it 2 days, and nothing happens, and you're like, and it just kind of like it's dead to me. I still think it's cool. I've still got it, but and then you've got your old favourites that you're 100% confident in. And they,
put it out.
Like when I went to Mexico this year for the Bisbees, it was like, the ones that you're putting in your bag. And would you still have a really good chance of catching it on the one that you've just been unfortunate with? Sure. But you've only got a maximum 24 kilos of luggage, you're taking the prime ones. So.
And you only got a certain amount of time in your day. Changing lures all day. You're gonna run out of time pretty quickly. No, 100%. One thing I did want to talk about, like we were talking about Tony there, but we spoke about it, but real, obviously awesome story to be able to share on here. But the swordfish you boys caught off Hoki. A couple, right? Like you caught 2? So I'd come home for a vacation, and I had I had like 3 weeks back here or something, and I think I was just walking out of immigration at Auckland Airport. And he texted me and he said, I'm coming to pick you up. We're going to go fishing. I'm trying to remember exactly how the story went. And I was like, well, shit, I've literally just landed. And he's like, the weather's mean, we've got to do it. And I believe we were going to go kingy fishing. I'm pretty sure. And so I was like, okay, well, pick me up and give me an hour and a half or something. So he swings around and he picks me up,
and we were like halfway up, like I guess we'd probably just come across Rinduins or something.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, the weather's really good, we should go to the Hokianga and go swordfish. Like, it was, from memory, I think that's how it happened.
Yeah.
Like big, like right angle.
Yeah,
on the whole
just
thing.
like full change.
And so we go out there and we get set up at the Copthorne. And
What a place, by the way.
we saw, like, we're driving in and Matt Watson was coming back out. And again, from memory, I'm pretty sure he had no bites there or something.
Yeah.
And so we were a little bit like, oh shit, like maybe we've made the wrong call. And so either way, we get to the Copthorne and we park the boat up and go straight to the bar, which was a bit of a mistake. And you know Glenn Dick at all?
No.
So
I
he
don't.
was like the barman at the bar there, and we go, and I'd never met him, but like Tony knew him quite well.
Yeah. It's a bit of an iconic figure.
Yeah, and he starts setting us up with, like, we're on the Appletons pretty heavy. And I don't know how late we stayed there, but we get back to the hotel room and we were like, oh, we better like get the gear ready, and we need to tie a double. I like did the world's most horrendously ugly plait.
Yeah.
Got that done, and then we rigged like 2 squids up on the bench in the hotel room. And left a whole bunch of mess there. We got in the morning, we're like, ooh, that's a bit on the nose there, we'll clean that up before we go. And we rolled out that morning. Bar was perfectly flat calm, and we caught, I think it was like 270 kilos, I think, that one that day. And it was just like a completely unpleasant experience for me on the rod. Like I was just like, I prefer that. I'm not much of the wind the fishing kind of guy. Like I like the hunt. So I think it took like an hour and 10 minutes or something at like pretty significant drag.
Yeah.
And then like a giant mission to get the thing in Tony's little steady craft. He had like a 533 steady craft. So we get in, we weigh that fish, and Glenn's like, oh man, that's like awesome, rah rah rah, and naturally we end up back at the bar. Get a bit carried away. And so the next morning we wake up and Tony's like, oh, the bar's flat. Like, he's like, it'd be really rude not to. And I was kind of one of the few times I didn't take my opportunity. I was so hungover that I was like, nah, look, I just, like, and then he kind of kept at me, and I said, look, I'll go, but I'm not winding one of these things in. And that turns out it was a really good decision. So I was like, oh, like, you'll have to wind it in. And Tony's like, I don't really want to wind one in. And like right at that minute, Glenn walked past, and we're like, hey Glenn, you want to go catch a swordfish? I don't know if this should be public knowledge, or like if anyone from the Copthorne's listening. But he's like, yeah, I'm on my way to work, but let me like make an excuse and we'll go fishing. So we pile him into the boat and we go out, and it was first drop, I guess, where they'd been down like 3-4 minutes, something like that, and get the little telltale nods there, and come tight on it. We get him set up, and we're like, you got a swordfish on? And he's like, nah, you're fucking having me on. And we're like, no, you got a swordfish on. And that was a brutal fight. That was like 7.5 hours at like real heavy, maybe longer than that. I don't know, but either way, it went well into the dark, and we were having really similar issues with winding the boat over the fish. And we ended up, like, the way that we buckled the fish was a very similar approach to what you do, except we were going forwards and just like get the drag up and just kind of like, I guess it was circling, and we're just breaking one side of it circle. And we had it on the leader like a number of times, like maybe 5 times, and I could like feel like every bit of stretch going out, like I was holding on, like I'm not like super strong or like the greatest guy on the leader, but I was holding on pretty hard, and you could feel like it getting to that point where like all the sponginess. Well, that's how your mind thinks about it. The reality is it's pretty hard to break. Like I think we were fishing I don't think it was 530. I got a feeling it might have been 400 pounds, something like that.
Yeah.
But on a straight pull,
Yeah.
if everything's good, it's like nigh on impossible to break that without shock loading it.
Yeah.
But if you've got it creased around the bill or whatever, and you start, in your mind, you're like, this is a lifetime fish, and so I dumped it like 3 times, and then finally I looked across at Glenn and he was done, mate. I was like, and I looked at him, I was like, you're done, eh, mate? And he's like, yeah, I'm on my last legs. I was like, alright, well, next time it comes up, I was like, I ain't shying away from the challenge, and got the leader, and to be honest, didn't have to. I think it was the fish was just at a different stage, and I didn't necessarily have to hold on to it that much harder than what I had been, but we got the shot, and I can remember going back to me not being very good at guessing how heavy fish are anymore. I looked at that thing, and swordfish are a weird fish to gauge size on, like I looked at that thing and I was like, fuck, could it be, could it go? Could it go a grand? It was just massive, especially in the dark with the lights that we had on it, and so we started trying to get that thing in the boat, and we were pretty worried about the shark component, and so anyway, we've worked out that it wasn't happening, and we just started heading for home. We could do 5 knots or something like that, and it was a fair, we were 30 miles out or something like that. And in the meantime, I guess, I was a bit worried that it was late, and the old boy would be expecting me to check in with him, and so we got in touch with the Coast Guard, and we're like, oh, can you just give my old boy a quick call and tell him that we're all sweet as. So he gets this phone call at 11 o'clock saying, oh, it's the Far North Coast Guard here, and he was like, fuck! And she was like, oh no, they just got a massive swordfish, and it's going to take them forever to get in, rah. And so we chug all our way in, and Tony had this bottle of port. He just had this weird old bottle of port stuffed up the front of the boat, and so we're sipping on that. Glenn's passed out, laying next to the fish, legitimately just fast asleep. And we get
Tony reckons he was a weapon on the rod.
He did a great job, especially for the level of experience he had. We were fortunate that was who we had. And he's a mountain of a man too. And so Tony drives the whole way into the bar, and we can only do literally 5 knots. And he's like, oh, I'm pretty tired, can you take us across the bar? And I was like, fuck, dude. I was like, I've been across this bar twice. And so
yesterday and today.
Yeah, luckily it was pretty mild, and we just kind of coasted across there, and it was probably good luck more than good management. And then we got back to the boat ramp, and we try to go up, get the boat on the trailer and try to go up the ramp, and the tail's dragging along the concrete, and so we ended up having to tilt the engine down and tie the tail to the outboard, and then tilt the motor back up so that we could go down and park outside the hotel. And so we just got this giant monstrosity of a swordfish hanging out the back of this boat outside the hotel, and then we weighed it the next morning, and it was mid-3s, I think, 344 or something like that from memory. I'm not real good at remembering all the numbers, but
it's on Tony's Instagram. So
it was something like a massive swordfish, and they're a beast of a creature, eh? They just I think the daytime stuff has ruined a bit of the allure for me with it, because back in the day
you couldn't catch them in the day,
Well, I mean, you could, but no one had worked it out. But you would. Part of the allure was how dedicated you had to be fishing at night, usually in the raft. And those things fought like a demon at night, and I think mainly because they didn't have the weight, the sinker on there still. Which is a big part of why they swim up. They're just swimming against the direction of the pool, and again, the belly gets in there, and they're just fighting the belly all the way up, and that's why quite often you'll get that. I'm not trying to speak I'm certainly not a swordfish expert, but you'll often get that first early shot, and then when you get up and down on them again,
they go the other way,
and it starts getting really difficult for you. But they're they're a hell of a creature and they're a formidable opponent for most people. You know, like well for everyone.
Yeah.
But especially the people that maybe wouldn't have made that link of like how to break the cycle of a fish that's in its comfort zone. You'd probably have, I'd say, 80% of the people that could have hooked that fish might not have broken that fish.
Yeah. Well,
that fish would have broken them.
That's what Tony was saying. He was like, because I sort of obviously met Tony after that fact and knew what he'd done and knew he'd been on the Carolibi with you and stuff, and I just same as always hounded him with questions and everything, and that was the thing. I asked him, what's the best fish you've ever caught?
Yeah.
And he's like, hands down that fish, and
he
tells that story, obviously very similar to you, like, well, the same story, but he's like, if it wasn't for me and Jimmy both being there, we never would have caught. He goes, we never would have caught that fish. I never would have caught it if Jimmy wasn't there. And then he knew that it was like the two of you and all the experience that you'd had
combined
together was the reason that you caught it, because you guys could like bounce off each other, work it out, and then break the obviously break the fish's cycle. To catch it. And he goes, I never would have got it. Like it was like
and
everything
same thing if it was
fell
me
into line.
without him.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have gotten it. So it's and it's really, that fish opened my imagination a lot to think about like I've just got that problem where I don't stop thinking about fishing. And it doesn't matter about what species. Like it doesn't really bother me, but you think about the amount of people that swordfish are now accessible to, and like without trying to sound elitist or disrespectful to them, a lot of people are going out there that don't have that depth of knowledge to draw on when they get in a situation.
Like
and what that leads me to think of is how many 1,000-pound swordfish have been hooked in New Zealand.
Oh yeah.
And people have just been absolutely dealt to, because they're there.
Yeah.
It's a known fact that they're there.
Yeah.
But they're just, you think that one like high 700 pounds, and it was like we were on the cusp of not getting that done.
Yeah.
You add another 200 pounds to that,
a
bit less experience, whatever. Like I know that certainly know like the Hook and Ball boys, they've seen some like just absolute gargantuan swordfish, and obviously they're at the limitations of the tackle they're using too. There's so many stories of just colossal swordfish, and really the sky's the limit a little bit in terms of how big they could be in this country. It's just it's a little disappointing that there's probably so many good opportunities go unrealised with that, and I'm pretty sure that there's only been one over 1,000-pound caught in the world. The one off Chile. It's like 1,100 or something like that. But since then there's a number of prominent big swordfish fisheries out there. But everyone seems to be hovering around that same
sort of
size, and it's a question of, is there not many of them that are bigger? Or is that the cap of what's really
like
possible?
Attainable? In terms of the tackle we have, the experience, techniques, all that kind of stuff. Because it's well, I think the same just with something as simple as a kingfish. You know what I mean? Because you get a bunch, well, not a bunch, but a lot of people get them, in the 40s, like when you go to the Kings and that kind of stuff. But you can't tell me do they stop growing at 40? Like, or can you just not stop?
And I think the hard thing is proven that they don't. And so, same with that swordfish. It's just they probably get to that size where
you just cannot stop it.
They're basically doing what they want at that point. Or, where that first explosive run and a 40-kilo one they might cover 20 metres, the bigger one's covering 20, and it's probably exponential. Like in terms of the extra power they've got. And so they're just, you're into the reef. And they're like a case in point of a fish that's very capable of getting you in a reef regardless, let alone if the fish is 60 kilos. So they've gotta be out there. And of course, like the pressure that they receive in the country doesn't help them
Yeah.
get there, but they're there, and especially you look at like what must be swimming around Wonganella banks, and I mean you've seen like photos of like TK up there with those big ones, and I think there's some photos of like the Davy boys with some massive ones up there. So yeah, they exist. It's just trying to get that final little bit, you know.
Yeah. Well, we've taken the long route to get to, I guess, where we kind of started at the chat with, well, we've doubled back to Hokianga, but sort of doubling back to, you know, the first reference I made in terms of you stepped off a 90-footer onto the 15-footer of mini cheapies, so from Jaruco down, like, in terms of, like, from Carol-Libby, was it Carol-Libby to Jaruco, or was there a bit of a transition through that period?
The Carol-Libby program wrapped up, and I went and did my 200-ton captain's license in the States, and I was meant to get back on the Norby. Josh was running that boat by that point, and I got an offer running an 82-foot Seaforce, and I did that for 3 months, but the owner was like this intolerable human being, like just like, and I'd literally gone from like the boss that you always wanted to like just someone that was like, I would have loved to have punched that guy in the face, and I'm not like like I'm not that
You're
kind
not
of
an aggressive person,
you know. So before that went too far south, I wrapped that job up, and Josh was getting ready to go take his boat from Singapore through Indonesia and eventually to the Great Barrier Reef. And he was like, it was a big trip, and I think there was some I'd say like maybe like he was a little anxious with it, and he was trying to find someone to like be like the mate on there, but had like the experience to like complement him like in some bits that he was worried about, I guess. And he basically said to me, I'm looking for someone like you, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm like miserable. Like we were fishing every day, and I'd dread Friday's fishing on Monday. That's how much I hated going fishing with this guy. And that's really saying something. I love going fishing. So I was like, fuck it, like book me in. If you have me back after I skidded out on you with this job offer. And he's like, we'll get the flights. I paid my flights this time. Got on the plane and went to Singapore. And that's where I met my wife. She was working on that boss's super yacht at the time. And we went all through Indonesia, and we didn't do a huge amount of fishing through there. We just kind of like fish as we went a little bit, and Indonesia is a unique spot. Like, it's got like these moments of excellence and then just great swaths of useless water. Hugely useless water, and then there's no one that you can lean on for any information. Like it's and it's giant. Indonesia's huge, and so we went through there and we saw like incredible locations, but the fishing wasn't really much of nothing to write home about. We had some really, really good fishing across the top of West Papua and Papua New Guinea. Just in transit, like, you know, you like have 3 blue marlin bites in a day and see a sunning swordfish and some big yellowfins, and one of those ones that stuck in my mind is like something that you'd like to check out again. You know, like, and you just never had the opportunity to realise it. And to be honest, that trip was a little testing. You know, it's kind of like 2 months straight of having the boss and picking our way through these islands, but the reward at the end of it was to go to the Great Barrier Reef. And we got there and the boss didn't end up coming. But we ended up doing 2 trips, 2 crew trips out of there, which was really cool, and ended up fishing on some friends' boats there, and we had a good time, and we had a couple of our friends flew over to do a trip with us, which was really cool. We went out and we had one day we caught, I don't know, like maybe a 20 kilo black marlin inside the reef, and then the next day we caught one that was like way up there, massive fish. And that was a really cool fish, and that was a bit of a learning curve for me as well, because I was driving and I was coming up the reef. We were fishing just outside number 10 there.
Yep.
And kind of like I've made a bit of a living off of being like the travelling guy, and like you kind of never like the best at any location that you go to, but being able to adapt and like hold your own, or like not make a fool of yourself in somewhere you've never fished before. And so I'm up there in the tower and I'm just kind of like watching, like I think like Ross Finlayson was like 2 boats ahead of me going up the reef, and I just watch him like where he is making turns and like how close in he is getting, and if he like looped in again and stuff, and I was just like picking my way down the reef like that. And I think the boat between us and him might have been Hayden Bell on the release, and he's also like Mac Daddy, like fucking mean fisherman. So just kind of like not trying to get in their way, not trying to like copy them, but
Just kind of learning.
Observe what they're doing. I'm going down. I guess Hayden had come in and done this, like come in real tight.
Yeah.
And I come in and did this quite, tight pass on the reef, and I can remember I was like looking at the reef from the tower as I did my turn, and the rigger on the other side went.
Yeah.
And I turn around and it's just like a big blue tube where this fish has been.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, well, fuck. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it's like it's significant, whatever it is, And so we come tight on it, but it just didn't react like the way we really wanted it to. It was just like we came tight and it was like slow, like just slowly ticking off, and not jumping, which is usually not what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily a shark, but could be a shark, but it could just be a marlin that hasn't felt the hook yet.
Yeah.
And so we like pile a bit more drag into it, and I like tick ahead a bit, and it just doesn't change. It just like wasn't doing it. And so I was like, alright, I'm gonna start coming back on it, and we like tick that boat back, and we're getting closer, and I can see it there, and I can remember being like, oh yeah, like 600 pounder, something like that, like good fit, like everyone's excited about 600 pound, and we keep coming back, and from memory, I think we got like a real early shot on the leader, and Josh grabbed the leader, and I think that's what finally
set the hook.
Well, I think the bait was just wedged in its throat, and it like pulled it the rest of the way out, and then got the circle hook there, and the thing just exploded out, and I was like, oh fuck, like that thing's like 800, like all day. Yeah. But I was in the tower. Yeah. And the tower on an 82-foot like a long way up. Yeah. And I guess your perception's like a bit distorted or whatever, Yeah. And as the fight wore on, and I'd see the fish in a different light, I was like, that thing's fucking big, Yeah. And it starts like fucking off like away from the reef, and that boat just was a pig.
Oh yeah.
Like it might have been 8 foot shorter than the Jaruco, but it didn't turn. Yeah. It could go back pretty fast, but it's like you're on train tracks, Yeah. And I also wasn't Josh drove that boat better than me on a fish. He had more experience in it. But anyway, I missed a decent shot, and then I said to them, oh, just let me know when the outrigger loop comes on the reel. Yeah. Or make sure you tell me when the outrigger loop comes on the reel. And they go, yeah, but I guess they must have thought I said, is the outrigger loop on the reel?
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm like driving on this thing, and I think we're still like a fair ways from it. Yeah. And I've got it out. I prefer fighting fish out the side of the boat than straight up and down off the back for the belly reasons again. Yeah. And the line's out the side, and I see all of a sudden the double comes out of the water and the thing pops up like right there.
Yeah.
In a normal boat, but in that thing you just couldn't get there. And I was like, oh fuck! If I had known that the loop was on, I probably would have approached it, because you got to be thinking in those big boats. You just got to be thinking a bit further ahead.
Yeah.
You got to like preempt the situation a lot more.
Yeah, yeah.
So anyway, we missed that shot, and then it got dark, and I can remember like pitch black dark.
Yeah.
And we like fighting this thing, and up until this time, all of my marlin fishing as a captain had been in marlin fishing water offshore, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
I've never been considering that there's a reef,
Yeah, yeah.
like right there.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're fighting it, and we're like just the attitude of the boat was like something
Yeah.
like alarmed me, and I'm like, fuck, we are like on the reef, like not on it,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like we
but-
are like very, very fucking close to the reef.
Yeah.
And our line angle was still like way horizontal and out.
Yeah.
And that thing must have like,
Swung up over the reef.
no, I don't know about over it, but it was in there, like
Yeah.
real bad. And then I went into like, you talk about me being calm.
Yeah.
Jimmy was not calm.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, like, if I get this wrong, and like the GPS was doing the whole like spinning around thing, because there was like, it was all muddled up,
Yeah.
and I was like, fuck, like how do I like, I was like, do I look, and I was looking at the moon, trying to like get my bearings, and you've got like spotlights on, and like everything's just not helping, and I'm going round in circles with myself trying to work out
Yeah.
how to safely get myself out of the situation I was in.
Yeah.
And it took me like 3 minutes before I was like, oh, the compass, I just need to go east.
Yeah.
You know, so like spin the boat around and get like
Yeah.
far enough out where I was gonna like get my calm
Yeah.
back. And then we ended up having to like, we'd come out off the reef and like run, like pick the boat up doing like 13 knots down the reef, come tight on it again,
Yeah.
and like try to like cut it off, or not like cut like
Yeah.
cut its passage off of the boat,
Yeah.
and it just like blow past us, and I had all the the track marks of where I'd been trolling up the reef, and I just decided I wasn't going to go any further in than in any of them because of safety. And we must have done this like 4 times or something, and then finally we get it on the leader again, and fish was big. You know, like you don't weigh it, don't say it, sort of thing. But it was, I would have liked to have weighed. Let's put it that way, you know. And we got it on the leader, and the leader went down like in the crack between the lift up transom door.
Oh, yeah.
Just like pinched us off there, and it was kind of like bittersweet in the sense like we weren't trying to kill it.
Yeah.
We probably should have been.
Yeah.
But we never would have killed that thing.
Yeah.
That thing was like not like, it was like a devilfish, and that's a funny thing where like you see a lot of people talk about, oh, you can say you caught a grander even though you didn't weigh it. And it's like, no, you 100% can't. Like putting one in the boat is, I'm still trying to do it. Like there's such a big extra step there that people don't give enough weight to. But that thing had our number from get-go.
From the second
Yeah,
bit.
just nothing. Like, and maybe things would be different on like a smaller boat with people who are like more adept at dealing with that, because they're like real different skill sets, right? Like I have like a bit of a rounded, I definitely have like that mid-tackle experience, like fishing 30 pound or 20 pound, something like that, no problem. But the heavy tackle, I lost a lot of that, like when I went over that other side of the world.
Yeah.
And there's guys who are like gurus at getting the results with a heavy tackle. Maybe they would have had a different experience, but we did not have that fish beat one bit. But it was a really
you just got close enough to
and it was enough, like scratch the itch. But I always felt like that fish really beat us. You know, and that's cool. You need those to keep
it's good.
Keep you coming back. So and so we did that, and then that boss passed away, and I ended up going and working for a guy called Johnny Lagrone in Costa Rica. Johnny's like over that side of the world, he's everywhere in the world for people that know he's a big deal. And I went back to being a mate, and I hadn't really done much of the like competitive sailfish fishing stuff, and so I knew that as a captain you needed to have that in your repertoire over that side of the world, and so it was like quite a conscious decision to go and like learn from one of the greats. And the owner of that boat, he had been, ever since the Carol Libby days, he had been trying to get me to go work on his boat, and it just turned out that Johnny had started working there, and I was looking, and like I already knew Johnny and I had a lot of respect for him, and ended up going and working there, and Johnny was patient while I was utterly terrible at competition sailfish fishing. So it's a very different skill set, you know. Like, it was the first time that I'd really fished for a fish that on its own wasn't worth stopping for. And to give that perspective, so like sailfish is like just the most useless fighting billfish that exists on this planet. Like, they're just really, especially those ones in Costa Rica, they don't pull very hard, you know. And so the real art of catching sailfish is catching huge numbers of them.
Yeah.
You know, catch one sailfish at a time. It's like it's like catching one kahawai at a time.
Yeah.
But if you hooked up 10 kahawai at once and tried to catch them all, it'd be probably a bit of a feat. And that was the same thing with the sailfish fishing. So you go there and you're fishing 2 dredges, 2 teasers, on that boat 4 baits. Some boats would fish 6 baits, and they're all natural dead baits, and they got to swim, and so you've got your bait rigging component. But then if you hook a fish, say on your like left long, left rigger, you start a turn and put that fish on the inside of your turn, you keep trolling, you put another bait up in that left rigger, and then another bait goes where that flat line just was, and you just keep trying to add extra fish to the inside of your turn. And so when the fishing's good, you're not really stopping the boat until you've got 3 or 4 sailfish hooked up, and then you go release those 4 fish, and then you set out again and get it going. But just getting your head around rotating everything through and not getting any tangles, and that was like more of a hurdle than I kind of anticipated for me, having been like very much up until that point like 1 or 2 fish at a time, you know. And we went through that, and Johnny and his wife Vanessa became like parents away from home for me, and they're still like really great friends. And Johnny's like this like immensely connected kind of person in the Central American scene. Like if you need something, like you don't know how to get something done or who to call Johnny, and he'll have the answer for you. And so I learned a lot with him. We ended up being pretty successful in the tournaments. We came second in 2 legs of the Los Sueños trip ground there. And one of the days both of those we were tied for first but second on time, so we caught our final fish after the other boat. And on one of those particular days, I think we had caught one fish by like 11:30 or something, and then the Jaruco was there like with my future boss, but with the old captain, and they'd been fishing further up to the west, and like I guess Johnny just knew they were out there somewhere, and they started calling in like 5 bangers, like 5 sailfish releases right now, 4 sailfish, and he's like, fuck, we need to go. And we ran for like I think like 45 minutes at like 40 knots, like real fast. And we got up there, and I can remember while we were running, I put like lunch together, and I'm in the salon, and the owner of the boat's there, and we start slowing down, and I'm like, alright, you ready? And he's like, oh, I can see my rod from here. And in those tournaments, like your anglers are fundamental, like they've got to be on to be successful. And everyone will hold their rod the whole day, so that they can free spool their bait the second they get a bite. And he's, I can see my rod from here. And we slowed down, we set out, and started off with a 5-banger. And he came out pretty quick after that, and he didn't leave. And I think we caught 38 fish in an hour and 45 minutes.
Holy!
And we were and Johnny was just like in the groove, just going and going, and I think we like one fish went through the fish, like the line went through the wheels.
Yeah.
And the boss was like, fucking we ran over the winning fish or something.
Yeah.
But the reality was like we wouldn't have even come close to having that number if Johnny wasn't driving.
Yeah.
Like, you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing, like, and he was going. And the funny thing is, I can remember that situation happening, and the line was like, the belly, again, was cutting under the boat.
Yeah.
And the boss just kept winding, and he just wound it into the wheels. But if you had to stop winding, most of the times, your boat just cruised straight over the top of the line, and you just wind it out on the other side and finish it off. But it's just funny how, like, the perception of the boss was that it had been a fuck up, but the reality was it was like artwork in action as Johnny was doing it. And so I learned a lot off Johnny, and he's been like real fundamental in my kind of career since that point.
Yeah.
And so I left that program to run a 70-foot Viking enclosed bridge, which the whole reason why I left Johnny was that this boat had the potential for my wife to work with me on it.
Oh, yeah.
And that was just like just an empty promise that never ended up happening, but that was kind of the motivation to make the shift, and we ended up going through Indonesia all over again with that boat. So like, I'd probably say I'm the only sport fishing captain that's been through there twice, but and same thing again, we had moments of like really good fishing, and then periods of
nothing.
It's like there's nothing there at all. We had like one good day there that he had a helicopter on the super yacht, and the pilot of that helicopter was this Venezuelan guy, super nice dude, and he used to fly helicopters for the tuna Pasane netting boats.
Oh yeah.
And we I just couldn't find where I needed to be, and we had too much jet fuel on board. Like there was no way that they were going to get through it all, and when the boat continued on, it couldn't carry it.
Yeah.
And so the boss was like actively doing trips in the helicopter to try to use the fuel up, and so we went and did like a reconnaissance fishing trip in the helicopter. Yeah. We're flying out, and the pilot's like, yellowfin tuna up ahead, like 25 to 60 pounds or whatever it was he said. And I'm like, hey, well, like, I can barely see them. Yeah. And we like fly over them, and he's like, yeah, yellowfin's like probably maximum size 60 pounds or something like that. And I was like, oh, that's fucking weird. And we're flying off, and he's like, I'm like, how can you tell, like, and he's like, oh, it's the way they splash. They'll splash in a certain pattern up to, like, by their species, by their size, rah. And I was like, oh, okay, like, we'll see. Yeah. And he comes in, like, just belts that thing into the landing pad, like, he could fly that thing like nothing. Like, lands this thing perfectly, we get in the boat, go out there, yellowfin's no bigger than 60 pounds. Yeah. And you're like, hey, pretty mental. So, but yeah, so I ran that boat, and then the boss kind of didn't really understand fishing. Yeah. He was like, he kind of thought, you just get a nice sport fishing boat and they start jumping over the side. Yeah. And so we'd like go through these. After that day, we found Thad in the helicopter. That's where I was going. We caught like three blues from 6 in like 3 hours or something. And we were fighting fish most of the time, and we never went back. Yeah. We just continued on our way, and he's like, oh, well, the fishing would be good up there. And I was like, no, that's not how it worked. And it was like I was really trying to like explain to him, you know, like how it worked, but he didn't want to
To
listen,
hear it,
and there's
yeah.
only so much like you've got to evaluate whether the fight's worth it, you know.
Yeah.
And so I ended up getting through to him. I was like, look, you want to fish in the calm, you want to have good fishing, we need to go to Costa Rica.
Yeah.
And so he finally listened to me. We went to Costa Rica, and it was like the shittest season Costa Rica's ever seen. And I was just like, oh god, I just look like an absolute idiot there. And he ended up putting the boat up for sale, and when he had just listed it, Johnny Lagrone had some of the family members coming to fish, and they had fished with me previously while I was working for him, and they'd requested that like I come and be the mate for that trip.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, yeah, 100%. So I went up and did that trip with them, and Johnny heard about the boat being for sale, and this is how connected he was.
Yeah.
So I've got the job for you.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, the Jaruco, which had just been built at that point, is looking for a new captain, or I think you'd be a great match. And I didn't think I was really ready for it. I was like, fuck, I don't know. And he said, oh, well, either you call them or I'll call them. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll call them. And so I went back outside and finished like drying the boat off. And I come into the salon and he's on the phone.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, it's Tyler from the Jaruco. And I was like, well, I told you I was going to call him. And he's like, yeah, but have you called him? I was like, well, I didn't have his phone number.
Yeah, I was trying.
So anyway, I talked to him, and then it ended up being that I got flown up to have a meeting with the boss, and the boss was like, oh, I understand you're trying to get your wife to work on the boat with you. And I was like, yeah, I think she'd be a really good match. And he's like, I just want to tell you that I think it's a shit idea, like it's a terrible idea. And he said, you do the hiring and firing, like you can do it, but I'm just going down on the record that I think I think it's terrible.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck's sake. So I leave, and he's given me the job.
Yeah.
I left the interview, and I go to see, and Lottie was in Boston, where I had the meeting with him, and it was just one of those things where things started lining up really well. And she asked me how it went, and I was like, oh, it went good, but he's not really fond of us working together. And I was like, it's the first thing I'm going to do to go against his advice. Like, that's not really a good
good way to start the
like career
relationship.
step. But then I thought about that night, and I was like, oh, if she's not there, I don't want to do it anyway, so fuck it. Like, and that's it, you know, throw caution to the wind sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so we started running that boat, and I guess it was like 5 months later, he said the only time I worked for him that he admitted he was wrong.
Oh, yeah?
And he was like, I was wrong, but just so you know, if you guys break up, you're leaving and she's staying. Alright, no problem. So, and she did like an excellent job with, like everyone just loved her, and she looked after everyone so well. And you know, if I had a particularly shit day of fishing and she's running around with freshly made margaritas and you know, hors d'oeuvre platters and like freshly baked cakes and stuff, it kind of like
softens.
It took the pressure off, you know. And people were like, they'd be like, man, fishing, like they get a bit grumpy about the fishing, and then they'd look at the situation they're in, and they're like, oh, we're on this like incredible sport fishing boat. We've got like the service is just unreal. We're going to go up to the villa at the end of the fishing day and have like a professional chef cooking for us, and there's waitresses making drinks, and that was kind of like a really cool part for us. Was like at the end of a fishing day, we go up to his house and we get look like it's 100% wear off, like start getting handed like really nice rum and cokes and perfectly cooked wagyu eye fillet, and like life's good, you know. But we did a lot on that boat. We travelled a lot of places, and that boss was excellent, like great boss to us as well, you know. And we had a really good relationship, and we had some excellent fishing up in Mag Bay, and did some huge numbers up there. Again, like our best day up there was 157 in a day. The next day we caught 155. Josh Worthington was there, kind of putting on a bit of a clinic. Again, the anglers are important.
Was he on the rod? Was he?
And he just we had one period there where we were trolling. We hook our first bunch, and we caught, I think it was 18 before I started trolling again.
Whoa.
And he was just there with a spinning rod and just like,
Yeah.
cast spinning rod out, like slow retrieve with a belly hoo, come tight, and like some of the other anglers had been hooked up to their first fish for like 15 minutes, and Josh had caught like 3 in that time or something, and they're just like, God, and I'm like, yeah, he's a menace, and he could cast like 5 times further than the next guy, so he's like just really putting on a bit of a clinic, but yeah, it was pretty funny sort of stuff there, but and I think that shows you when, like what you're saying, when the boat's not continuing to roll away from the fish at 8 knots, and you start fighting it from 40 feet away from you, you're in a much better starting position than you know, like, and that's what was happening. That's how he was turning so many over. And how those, like the live bait boats up there do so well as well, you know, like the Bag Company boys and Frankie Aberora on the Real Quest. He's kind of like a bit of a solid assassin. He has some fucking massive days up there, like 300 releases in a day. And, but it's a very different skill set. You know, and I'm not saying it's easier, because if I went and tried to live bait up there tomorrow, it'd be a disaster. Like, I'd be shitted. And they've developed their skill set, but I certainly think that when you can only ever start a cast length away from the boat. Is how they fish. You're not at that big deficit that you're at with the trolling. And so there is a big discrepancy between the trolling boats and the live baiting boats there, but they're just such different skill sets. And there's like, you know, there'd be like Steve Lashley would be putting in like 150 little minor tweaks every day that he'd never even think to mention to you. It's just like second nature to him. And then likewise, if they went trolling tomorrow, it'd probably be a bit of the first runner. They'd definitely work it out, like more than capable, like, but it'd probably be a big learning curve. Big learning curve for them. So, but that Mag Bay fishery was a lot of fun for us, and I think the one thing that really lets it down is that it'd be cool if you'd get the odd blue marlin in there. There's been people catch blue marlins there, but fuck, we caught a lot of striped marlin, never saw a blue marlin there. We had one fish that I was like, fuck, is that a blue? And that was just a big for their stripey.
How big are the stripies there?
It really depends seasonally there. Like, we've done one season where you'd see plenty of fish that are like 60 kilos. And then sometimes you get in a patch of them and they're like midget. Like very small striped marlin, but you've got to remember that the tackles match to them pretty well as well. You know, like we're fishing like Telica 25s, and you're actively trying to have 4 or 5 of them hooked up at once. So you know, I think a lot of Kiwis are really quick to dismiss them as just being these little tiny striped marlins. I've even had people say to me, "Oh yeah, they're just little striped marlins," and then later that year they'll post a photo of them tagging a 60 kilo stripey on 80 pound, like their hero of the day. You know, like, so it's kind of like, it's a lot of the fishing's just hard to comment on without experiencing it yourself. But there's times when you get like better sized fish, and I think that kind of 60 kilos they start being able to be a bit more of a problem, especially on like that light line. Like those small ones, their body mass isn't enough to like overpower the line, so they'll jump out and like all the line's caught in the water, and they'll just kind of like flip back upon themselves, and so they never really get too far away from you. But the bigger fish will like, they'll have enough momentum there that they can keep their direction as they jump. Again, line belly. But you know, it's they can overpower that, and then the same step happens again. Like, you know, the New Zealand ones, you get one that's over like 130 or 140, and they can jump against that 80 pound like properly, you know, without,
well, like that first one we got.
Well, I mean, you are the big striped marlin guy, you know, so you've seen more of them than I have, but they they develop a few more. Like I say, they develop a few more blue marlin traits when they get to that size. But it's really they don't get affected by the line and the leader when they.
Yeah.
So they just keep on their trajectory and they gain a bit of momentum and they've got the power there to mess you up a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did lots of that, and then we on the Jaruco we fished the Triple Crown and Los Sueños a fair bit.
Yep.
We did a lot of legs there, and we never really had a huge amount of success there. But that's got to be quantified in the same sense that it's the most competitive fishing tournament I've ever been in. Like the level of ability there is there's 30 boats that could win it. And there's the ones that are like consistently at like, you know, you've got
the pointy end.
Yeah, the pointy end. You've got like the fish tank, the galati, the billfisher, the tar heel.
All pretty big names.
And again, they've got those 5 things.
Yeah.
And they're not missing a single one of them. You know, the anglers are 85% every single day that they go out. The captains are like guru captains. You know, and like a lot of them don't leave. Like that's what they do is they fish there. But it can be quite demoralising to go out and actually make a pretty good account of yourself but being against those guys.
Yeah. And
there's a real big common theme amongst those top teams. And I think I've spoken to you about this before, where all of the really good teams have a coach.
Oh, yeah.
And the coach is the captain.
Yeah.
He's up on the bridge. He's got more vision. He's got the bird's eye view of everything that's happening. When he's looking, he's seeing, say the whole thing's 100%, he's seeing 85% of it. Whereas someone in the cockpit is seeing 20. They're in this little blinded sort of thing. And so all of those really good teams, the anglers, like worship the ground that the captains stand on.
Yeah.
And those captains definitely earned that.
Yeah.
But like to have that concise coach mentality. And
that trust as well.
Yeah, and like you look at like again, you've got that parallel with the rugby field. Like maybe the coach can't tackle as well as the players, but he can witness it and tell you how you could be. You could take your skill set and make it better.
Yeah.
And that was so that was quite a difficult hurdle for me. And then the boat was, whilst the boat was a weapon, it's still 90 feet.
Yeah.
You know, and we would fish pretty well, not necessarily in terms of fish we caught, but bites we would get. Like if you're in a fleet of, like there's 4 boats there, something like that. You would keep up with the amount of bites everyone got, but when the fishing got really tight and you're in a pack of like 25 boats in a space that would just blow the regular Kiwis' mind, everyone would be raising their hooked up flag and telling the white boat to turn off or whatever. But like, I mean, really tight conditions. Yeah. I could not get bit in that boat.
Yeah.
And sometimes often that's where the tournament's won is a little pack of fish and there's a boat just milling on it, just whacking them. Like you watch like even interesting like the tar heel when John Bayless is like just respected by everyone for how good he is at it. When he had the little single engine, I think it was a 47 Ricky Scarborough, man, he used to whack those things in the pack. And then he built his 60, I think it was 62, and he was still, you had to be really wary of him, but he wasn't the force that he was in that little boat. Yeah. I think there was also a sign of the times of like all the other teams getting better as well. But there were certain boats that just were demons in the fleet. Yeah. But as the fishing spread out and it was more spread out, other boats would hold their own a bit more. I'm not sure what dynamic was behind that, but it was really, really noticeable. But yeah, either way, we did a lot of fishing there, and we had some great blue marlin fishing years there. The crazy thing, never went to the fads in that boat.
Oh yeah.
And it was like built for it. And like that was what I knew better than anything. But yeah, we never did that.
Owner Just didn't want
No,
to
he
go?
just didn't desire it for
Yeah.
whatever reason. And like that boat, you could have just run out there in the morning, run home in the afternoon, no problem at all.
Yeah.
But no, he
It goes fast, eh? For
Yeah.
a big boat.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of thing, you cruise out there at 38 knots,
Yeah.
cruise the whole way home at 38 knots, 90 miles each way. It's
Yeah.
not a big deal,
Yeah.
but, and then we did a number of Panama trips, and Panama was so good to us. Like, the fishing, you roll in there, there's like no other boats fishing, and just, I don't know if I got lucky or I did a good job of it, but we always had really, really good fishing days down there. There's a spot that we fish off called Monchos Island, and you're fishing close, like real close to the island. Go out and you'd have, there was a day there we had like 7 blue marlin bites by like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or it might have been earlier than that, 11, something like that, and there's some nicer fish in there, like 400 pounders. We had a day where had like 40 odd sailfish bites and 3 blue marlin bites, and we had some great trips there. And then we took the boat to Madeira. We fished the World Cup over there, and we caught Brad Batterton was over there, and James Laurie was fishing with me, so we had like a really good like heavy tackle, kind of a couple of good heavy tackle boys there. We caught a 497 in the World Cup that, if it was 3 pounds heavier, would have been worth a lot of money. A lot of money. That was pretty disheartening, but
How much money?
I can't remember exactly, but I think it was something like 600 grand US.
Whew.
And the boss had just told us that he'd give us 50% off the top.
Yeah.
So like significant,
Yeah.
significant amount of money. But basically there was another fish weighed in out of Cape Verde that was bigger, but they weren't in both the entries.
Oh, yeah.
So what they call the Big Blue Challenge was still up for grabs, and we were in that.
Yeah.
We just had to meet the minimum weight of 500 pounds, 497. So that was pretty disappointing.
Yeah.
Real tough. And then that kind of would like fade off with the boss. He wouldn't talk about the World Cup for a little while, and then all of a sudden the final year he got like obsessive about fishing the World Cup again, and he asked me where we should go, and there were a couple of ideas floated, but he didn't want to ship the boat anywhere. And so in my opinion it was basically Bermuda or the Gulf of Mexico. And he didn't want to do Bermuda, so we ended up in the Gulf of Mexico there, and we fished out on the oil rigs there, which was something that was like pretty cool experience, something that I'd never done, and it's almost like a rite of passage with, if you're a world travelling fisherman, but very different. It's an odd place to fish, but he wasn't very. I kind of, in my heart, I knew it wasn't for him. Like it wasn't his type of thing, and I expressed that to him, but he was sure he was going to like it, and he hated it. But we fished on the World Cup, and we raised one first thing in the morning that was like right at qualifying weight, and we fucked that one off. And then saw another small one at the same rig, and then I ran to the biggest rig in the Gulf. It's called Appomattox. Massive, like mind-boggling thing just out there in the middle of the ocean. And I pull in there, and I can't remember which captain it was, but it was like a very capable Gulf captain. He had way more experience than me. And I pull in there, and he told me, it's like I think it looks really good here. I've like marked a few fish on the sonar, rah. And I don't think he was bullshitting me, because he stayed there. But I was looking at it and I was like, fuck, this looks like shit. Like, it does not look like what I would be looking for, but I really let him get in my head, and that makes it sound like he's trying to trip me up, but like, he got in my head, and I was like, okay, I'm going to sit it out, and I kept driving around there, and it ended up we had like an hour and a half left to fish, and I was just like in misery. Like, I was like, nah, this is not for us. And
he was still there.
And So I said to the boss, I'm like, look, we got to get out of here. We've got an hour and a half. It'll be like a 45-minute run to the next rig that I want to fish at wide open, but 45 minutes in the right place is way more valuable than an hour and a half in the wrong place. And he looked at me like I was crazy, but he said, to his credit, he's like, all right, go, but you got to have this thing on the pins. And so just went wide open, ran there at like 43 knots. And as we were running in, like I'd say 90% of the time that the up current side of those rigs seems to be more productive. Yeah. So I was running and I was trying to work out which side I needed to be on. Side, so I wasn't going to have time to fuck around. And slowed down, pulled it off the plane. And first pass, mark 1 on the sonar. That was a really weird mark though. I wasn't like, I mean, the guys that fish with me a lot, they'd know that when I'm sure, like I'm pretty sure, I was like, something here, and I go over to it and it disappears off the sonar, which is usually a pretty good sign, and just get exploded on the left teaser. And tease it all the way up and disappears, explodes on the right teaser, and it's a real nice fish. And we had done, the boss really wanted to fish 130, and same thing, like I wasn't really a guru with the heavy tackle. He hadn't fished with a 130 since Madeira. But he wanted to pitch, and the 130s are just not a very nice setup to pitch with, and there's all kinds of ways that it could go wrong. So we had devised this little method. It's the same thing we did in Madeira as well, where we would have a pitch inside the boat, but where we had an outrigger loop that was clipped into the outrigger clip with a clip all the way up the top of the rigger, which is a long way on that boat. And then a drop back pulled in, so you'd raise a fish and you just like throw the bait over and it'd sit there in the outrigger clip. And when you got bit, basically that would be your drop back, or the slack line that's there, and then you just come up on 12 pounds of drag. It was already there. Hook the fish, and you kind of remove the angler error side a little bit. So we did that, and we pitched the bait, and I guess Jack got a bit flustered in the outrigger, how you got pushed up further, and it tripped it out of the rigger prematurely. And so we're kind of like a little bit fucked, and Jimmy thought on his feet and he hand lined the thing up and was just holding it, and we get bit. And same thing with that big fish we hooked on the outer limits. We had nothing left in the water. We're completely we're clear and free, and so we get bit, come tight, and basically the boss's instructions were like, once it comes onto that 12, once it's pulling line on that 12 pounds of drag, to push it up to strike, which was like not a huge amount, like 28 pounds of drag, something like that. Whatever it was. And so we're tight, and this thing's just bombing away from us, and it was a good fish. 700, 750, like what we were looking for. And I start coming back, and the boss is going to the chair, and then my wife gets on the headset and she's like, "Oh, we're backlashed." And I was like, "What do you, that's not even possible." She's like, "Well, I don't know what's happened, but we're backlashed and it's bad." And I can't see I can't see the chair at all. I can see the end of the corners, and that's it. And so I was like, fuck. So I start just hammering that poor big boat in reverse, and the line's all slack, and I said to Lottie, I'm like, what the fuck is going on down there? And she's like, "Oh, he's trying to pick the backlash out." And I was like, "Just tell him to wind over it. And so he comes up and he winds on top of this horrendous backlash, and we had that thing on for 45 minutes. Just crawling on that thing in that big boat, and that boat, it was 90 foot. It was never going to be one of those North Cape 43s or a GNS, but it did exceptionally well for a 90 foot boat, and I could drive it pretty I had it pretty dialed in at that point. And we had that thing on for 45 minutes, sorry, and we had the leader just out of Jimmy's hands 3 times, and he's not the longest armed kind of guy. I was like thinking, oh man, if we had Edward, he might have reached that. But in the end, we ended up, like, the boss was right up in the corner.
Yeah.
And he had 2 gloved hands with his hands on the spool. So he was so scared about getting back to the backlash. And it was probably an unjustified fear. Like, we were kind of in control of things.
Yeah.
We pulled the hook, and he's like, "Can you believe we pulled the hook?" And I was like, "Yeah, you probably had 90 pounds of total drag on it, or something like it was something ridiculous, you know." And so that was that was kind of the final day that I fished with him on that boat, and it was a little bit of a not really the way I would have liked to have finish it, you know. And that was it was pretty bittersweet when we left from there to come home and, you know, start the family and stuff. So it was I really wish we could have ended on a high, rather than like just both of us being a bit disappointed, you know, not in each other, but just in the
just
situation.
In the situation scenario. Because like he's an extremely successful businessman, clearly. What's like, is there, were you ever kind of, like, I don't know if you can share it on here, but were you ever privy to really, like, I suppose not how much wealth he had, but like, was there anything that you ever did that you're like, oh my god, I can't believe we're in this scenario?
Everything.
Everything? Yeah.
I mean, just...
Well, I suppose you kind of spoke about the Wagyu iPhone.
You know, like, it was like, let's live the best life we can every single day. And I think that was one of the coolest things about him, was there was never that... he wasn't like hoarding anything, you know, and it was kind of like the money was going back into the free market. It was there for me to earn, my wife to earn, all the guys that we came and had the pleasure of having work with us, you know, like, they got to earn money. The boat builders earned money. The boat yards earned money. Mexican guy that cleaned the bottom of the boat earned money and was paid, not like we didn't treat him like a like, oh, you're a Mexican, you get $20. It was like this is what the job's worth. And, you know, he goes home and, like, so I think there was a lot of good to come of that, but it was a level of wealth that's unfathomable for most Kiwis. But it wasn't just him. You know, like, you go down the dock and it's like, oh, this guy's got a private jet, this guy's got a private jet. That's like it's like owning a Land Cruiser here. You know, like, it's just a different level. And, you know, that was something that you needed to adapt to too, was that you had to stay true to yourself, but you kind of had to iron out some of your Kiwi kid from the bush sort of, you know, like...
Kiwiisms.
And you do better by being that way. And you're not necessarily being something that you're not, you're just putting the best foot forward for the situation and stuff. And I think I probably did that better than most, where I could pick my battles, you know, like, and a lot of these people that are immensely successful, and, you know, that old boss, probably a good case of this, was like, sometimes they, like, just wouldn't let you help them, you know, and, like, you're like, oh, look, they're so used to being right all the time, and you're like,
there's no doubt they're extremely intelligent.
Like 50 times as smart as me. That's that's unfair to them. Like, like, I'm definitely, like, I'm aware that I'm a fisherman for a reason. I'm not like a brain box, and he's over here doing, like, phenomenal things. But it felt like he never understood that he would leave the boat and he'd go and run a huge amount of employees and giant companies, and had all this stress and other things to think of. He had a family, he had the whole bit, and I'm over here and all I think about is fishing. The only people I ever deal with, all they think about is fishing. It's like, and it's not even just my knowledge, it's cumulative knowledge that I've gotten from
all those all the people that are around you every day,
all my peers. And like a case in point would have been, like, one of the first year we were fishing there in the tournaments for Los Sueños on that boat, we were using a certain kind of hook, and we weren't having the results that my boss wanted, and he said, "Oh, find out what rig, like the entire rig, fish tanks use, and we'll run those in the next tournament." And you've got to remember, we've got like 2,000 pre-made hook rigs.
Yeah.
So it's like just a giant undertaking to
Go.
You're
like, oh, I've got to go research 2,000.
Yeah, in a week.
Yeah.
Or 2 weeks, or whatever it was. So we get everything set up, it doesn't improve it, and then the fish tanks rain starts fading, and Team Galati start decimating. Oh, find out, and this is like a year later, find out what hooks the Team Galati's using. And Team Galati had Johnny Lagrone as one of their, like running their cockpit. So I talked to Johnny, and he's like, what are you fucking talking about?
Yeah.
And I was like, what rigs are you using? And he's like, well, you know the rig, same rig that we used on the Palisade.
Yeah.
And so I talked, like the boss was like, so did you find out? And I was like, yeah, he's using the hooks that you made us stop using last year. Oh, no, that's not possible. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Do you want to talk to someone on their team? Like, like that's my old captain, you know. And so you're just like, I'm trying to help, like, just get out of your own way, and like we'll guide you to the success. And that goes back to that kind of coach thing again, you know. You can see the things that are really going to help fix it, but there's that reluctance to address the personal issue, rather than just being able to blame it on, oh, we need a different hook, or we can out money them, or we can buy this, or we can invent something, you know. So there were definitely some hurdles there, you know.
There's some definite like similarities for that, like in rugby. So like for like obviously I guess where we're at with rugby in New Zealand at the moment, like a lot of the players have come through like systemized rugby, where I grew up in, like, there was no such thing, you know, like we just played. You might have a call sequence in terms of like where you're going to shift the ball to, but it was all about eyes up, you know, the dynamic style of footy, like read space, where's space, how do you get it there, and you learnt to be creative, because that was like what it was, like you had to be creative to try and find space, and and the people that adapted faster got more contracts and more game time, and that was kind of how it was, where like we're in a kind of position now where you know, like there's a lot more technology involved in the game, so there's trends and all that kind of stuff, analytics and all that kind of stuff, which is, you know, almost become a little bit, well, it has become detrimental to the dynamics of the game, because the players are like, they want a system and a process, which is important to have, but then there's still an element of decision making that has to happen, where the players are like almost in a position now where they don't want to make a decision because that has accountability. Like they want to know, they just like, well, tell us the play.
And they're hung up on the ideals.
And then if the play doesn't work, it's like, oh, well, that was a shit play. You know, but it was like, well, the play would have worked, you just didn't see the variable. The variable was this, so we should have done that. And then it's like, oh, so then next week you focus on the variable, but then the other picture was there, and then you assume, oh, yep, sweet, they'll just see that, and they don't see it. They're like, oh no, but this week we worked on this side of it, but it's not their fault, it's just the way that the game's kind of moved.
And I think
the
probably
the
the similarity there is that someone else can recognise your flaw better than you can recognise it yourself, and sometimes you need that to put the ego aside and let someone and, you know, like, I assume that you probably you're the type of person that would dread having to tell someone that they sucked, and I'm this, I don't take any happiness out of that, and it's a difficult thing when you've got people that aren't receptive to it. You just get to the point where you're like, this isn't good, like, you just pick your battles. And that was a big case for me, was it's like, I can probably fix this, but I've tried for a long time, and you know, you just can't. You know, I've proven that I could, like, fix it. like the Carol Libby,
Yeah.
Keith, you could direct him and be like, this, work on this, work on this, work on this.
Yeah.
Next day, done.
Yeah.
And the discussion was easy.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to.
Yeah.
He's like, and he'd ask you, and he genuinely wanted the answer,
Yeah.
and that was very easy to get him to that level where, he's top blue marlin release angler in the world.
Yeah.
2 years in a row.
Yeah.
You know, like, so, it's kind of, it's just funny how you've got to navigate those little...
Yeah. Yeah, because we had a bit of an interest. Well, I've had an interesting kind of transition into professional coaching because, I think probably, if it's not 80%, it'd be 70% of the team. Like my first professional job coaching Waikato, 70% of that team, if not 80, I'd played with.
Yeah.
And I'd been their captain. So that relationship was something easier for me to drop
progressive.
that, but hard for them to not see me as their peer, or when I say peer, like the guy that's been in the trenches beside them, and then when you become a coach, it's very different. Like you have to. It's really interesting. I remember Floss telling me, he's like, you're going to see these guys in a whole different light that you never saw, and he was right, because he's like, you're looking at things from a bird's eye view, where when you're in it, you're trying to process everything for your own mind, and then before you start looking outwards to like, who can I help out? Or, but he goes, but you're trying to help everyone from the start. Versus trying to understand it yourself. By the time you get in front of the team, you've worked it out. Now you're trying to deliver it to the whole lot, and you see all the different learning styles and the different like traits of players, and little things will bug you and all that kind of stuff.
100%.
And I was like, I know these boys inside out.
And then you've got to articulate it.
Yeah. And then you start working with them in that form, and you're like, oh, this is very different. And that was great insight for me, like stepping into that space, and I was able to recognise that, because Floss gave me that sort of look into it too. But I guess the battle I had for my first year was, Chiefs had a super successful year prior. Most of our backs are all Chiefs. They're all professionals. Some of them have been All Blacks and that sort of stuff as well. So they're used to doing things a certain way, very systemised in the way that they play the game, and that's the way that they play it. Where I'm like, I see the beauty in the dynamics and making decisions, and like I see a little bit of a lost art form. So I'm like, trying to bring the art of the game back, and the game within the game, and being able to make it look like something, but it's going to be something else, and all that kind of thing, because that's what gave me a good career. So I'm like, well, if I can pass on these skills to add to what they have already, we're going to see exponential growth in them as an athlete, as a player, as a team as well, because they've got all these really good attributes, habits. They're outstanding athletes. If I can give them these little bits, and then, but for them it was hard because it was new, and it was like, but I'm like used to doing it this way. Yeah.
And is it like, so from your point of view, is it strictly from a gameplay point of view, or do you have to? It's an interesting way to look at it, but like, is there a consideration given to the marketability of like the franchise, if you'd call it that? Like, so in terms of like, I guess you could have a systematic way of playing the game that could potentially be boring to watch. And you could have like a almost as efficient style of gameplay that's more exciting and creates more fans, or is there any consideration to that, or not?
Nah, not really. Not at all.
It's just who can, like,
as
how
coach,
you can score the most points.
As a coach, it's like it's more of what you know. So like for me, I'm more of that flamboyant expression type of game, because it's what I grew up playing. It's like the Chiefs were famous for it through my era. Like we could fucking soar to the stars, but we could crash and burn in the same fucking moment. And that was probably like to our detriment. Like we could be phenomenal one week, and then beat the Crusaders at home and end their 4-year run, and then we're going go and fucking scrape home or draw with the bottom team that hasn't won for 3 years. Like we could be, or lose to them. Like we could be that kind of inconsistency, like in our game, and it's real interesting, because I think back and I was like, well, I don't know why we were like that, because like I look at now and the way that we trained and all that, like fuck, we worked hard. Like we trained really hard, we were diligent in what we did, but maybe it was just the personalities and the dynamics of the team is why we were kind of like that. Maybe a little bit of self-belief that was deeply entrenched into our, I guess, identity, and it was like, well, that's the Chiefs' identity, so we almost adopted the identity, if that made sense. So it's very much like, as a coach, like you have full creative power. Like not always the case as an assistant coach. Right. Some head coaches will dictate to the environment and how they want it. I'm extremely lucky, Floss as a head coach, we're super aligned on the way we see the game. In terms of like how we wish to see it played. So, and he has like full trust in me to be able to express that in whatever way, shape or form. Like he just basically, like gave me the assistant coaching role and just like took the shackles off and said, do what you want. Go for it. Like go for it. And to the point where I was like, when I first started, I'll be like, oh, this is what I'm thinking of doing, and he's like, to the point where he's like, bro, just fuck off. Like I trust you. Like just go. I don't have time for you to justify shit. Like I believe in you, so fuck it. Go and teach them. Go and get it done, kind of thing. And then I guess that was really good for me, because now I have confidence to do that, and we sit and we hash stuff out in the office, and he'll look at things and he'll challenge me on it, and then but it's good because I've got that, I created it, like I'm the one that's got the depth of knowledge to what I'm trying to do, so he just makes me that I'm sure of. It's not that he's trying to challenge me, it's that he wants to understand it, but he also is ultimately checking that I have the depth of understanding to be able to deliver it, so that if I get in front of the team, and that's his job as head coach, to make sure that the team's in good health and they're playing a good style of rugby that is ultimately gonna help us win, because we all want to win. So it's like, in terms of that creativity, like I've got full control of my area, which is fucking awesome, and it's super satisfying. But sort of going back to the kind of the situation with your two different bosses, and one wanting to learn, and then like that was my team last year to this year. So last year they were like, oh, we do it this way, why can't we do it like this way? Constant kind of pushback. And then Floss has built an awesome environment, and he basically created a space where he can be really confronting and challenging with the players, and they're just so open and receptive to like him as a person, because he's built that trust. Obviously myself as a coach in the second year has built that trust, but last year he got them to a point he's just like, I just need you boys to fucking believe. Just fucking let go. Don't care. Like, yep, that's cool that you play that way. That's awesome. That's a different way to play. We're not trying to do that here. We're trying to do it like this. Because we feel if we can add this to what you already have, like you guys will change the game. You will be the team that everyone goes, fuck, I want to play like them. And where at the moment, like, everyone's kind of playing similar. So I was really, trying to be innovative, but it's not really innovative. It's just kind of channeling a different part of our kind of skill set and mindset in the way that we play the game. So, and then it was really interesting this year, post season, just catching up with a few of the boys and having some beers after the season finished. And I get really creative with the way that I do things and moves and stuff, and the boys really enjoy that. They've learnt to, obviously, I've built that trust with them now. And I remember saying to Floss, because we're just, our strike plays, that's where generally the creativity comes out. I was like, I developed some strike plays, and it was just, we just had a couple of games, like 2 in a row, they just all came off, and we're just scoring these tries. And the boys are just like, and I said, no, it's really funny, the difference from last year to this year. I was like, I could go and tell those little fuckers anything now, and they'd blindly go, yep, fuck, I'm in, like, let's do it. And it was quite funny, because never had that conversation with them, but I started layering in different plays and started to get a little bit out there with a few things, and they were working, and it was, but it wasn't like, I'm a firm believer of like, everything works as long as we all buy in. Like, and that's it pretty much in rugby. You can play any kind of style, but as long as everybody's on the same page, you can be really effective with it, whether it's boring or exciting. So I was like, I knew that it wasn't necessarily the plays that were magic, It was the fact that we all believed in it, we all trusted each other, and we did it. But it was also, we were doing things that other teams weren't used to seeing, so it was hard for them to adapt and react. And then talking with the players at the end of the year, and they're just like, oh, it was crack up. Like, I remember, the week we brought in this move called Magic, and they're just like, we were talking in the car afterwards, and we're like, bro, if Sweens had told us, like, in week 1 that we're going to do this move Magic, I would have gone, bro, this dude's a fucking idiot. Like, what's he thinking? But he goes, but straight up, like, our moves are so on, like, every time we do them, we're, like, scoring tries. So I'm like, fuck it, bro, where do you need me to be? I'll run the line. And it was quite iconic, like that, or ironic, that he'd said that, and at the week that he was talking about was, 2 days prior, I'd spoken to Floss and been like, I reckon I could get these guys to do anything now. And it's quite funny how we were, like, obviously aligned and where we were at, and where, I guess as a coach, it was really reassuring to know that I was at the same, where I felt we were at was actually where we were at as a team. So it's quite, it's interesting, the different kind of, like, I guess, dynamics of people, but then trying to work out a way and what battles to fight and which ones to not. Like, and sometimes ultimately, like, there's just personality, or not, personality clashes or mindset clashes that you just can't break down in a certain amount of time. It's people are interesting, don't it?
And it's just a matter of how much weight you put on each thing, or if you prioritize whether it's a problem that you can't tolerate anymore, or and for me it never, like, it was just a small component of the job that wasn't going the way I wished it would go. And there were, like, little things where it became that the only fishing that we'd do was basically tournament fishing, Coach Reka, and you're like, well, we're not doing any practice. It'd be like playing footy and just only playing the games. And it really declined off of that too, and it's but the battle wasn't worth it to me. It's like everything else was great, so let's just go out on the water and have a good time. You know?
And obviously there was, like, a huge although there's the differences in the, I guess, that kind of fishing, like, but there's still, like, a huge amount element of trust and 100%, and sort of, like, care for each other. Anyway, then you're like, fuck, that's one small little difference. Let's just let's have a good time doing it.
Exactly.
In a way you kind of go, and that's that kind of, I guess, what you spoke about in terms of, like, you're really good at understanding, like, what battles to fight and not. It's like, well, this small little thing I could turn into, this festering, like, fuck you, but really, is that, like, what this should be? Like, look at the life we're living. Look at what we've got access to.
Give it a bit of perspective. We're solid.
We're solid. You can make those small little adjustments and changes. And
it was like when Lottie and I decided that we were leaving, it was tough, like, and it's like I said to him, if you had a boat in New Zealand, I wouldn't be quitting. There's no, like, I'm not quitting you, I'm just quitting the, like,
this part of the world.
Pretty much, it was all it was. And he was pretty, he was good. He's like, I'll get you a place in the States, and I was just like, no, that's just not what we want. We want to be in New Zealand, but you never know. One day maybe he gets boat here and we'll work for him again.
He might miss you too much.
You never know. I doubt it, but but in the meantime, we're just back here. Getting set up in the homeland.
Cool. All right, so we're just back from wee toilet break. I was just sort of, as I was saying, Jimmy, just offline there. It's actually super easy. We've been going for nearly 4 hours, and it's awesome that the conversation just flows with, obviously, the shared passion, and you're pretty easy to talk to, and you got plenty of stories to tell.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's probably just going the way of our Hokianga fishing day, to be honest.
We're just waiting for a bite.
Exactly. I don't think we're going to find one in the main streets of Hamilton, but
it'll be an interesting one if we do.
Yeah.
No, I was I guess sort of from here it's like really keen to obviously hear about, you know, the move home and you know, we touched on obviously and you mentioned it earlier around like the summer that you had in terms of the fishing at home. So
Yeah.
you know, your first 2 days fishing first day was Hoki with me and
Yeah.
we catch 2, then you go out with Finn the next day or a couple of days later and you get a nice yellowfin and then another stripey, and then I guess what sort of eventuated from there in terms of your summer was you know, was pretty awesome. So
I mean we were pretty blessed to come back, and as I said, I mean certainly the best coastal fishing that I've seen here. We started off those Hokianga days, and then, you know, considering the amount of days fishing that I actually managed to do, kind of between house hunting, moving into a house, you know, we had my wife's parents come stay from England for quite a long time. It must have been like a couple of months or something like that.
And did you do a couple of trips to the South Island?
Yeah, we did a couple of camper van trips and stuff, and we've the wife and I quite enjoy the fly fishing, and that's been I don't know, I kind of say to a lot of people that I really enjoy like sucking at fishing again.
Yeah.
You know, so there was the majority of the things I kind of wanted to do, saltwater fishing, I had done, and like obviously I still enjoy it immensely, but there's a lot can be said for like going to a tackle shop and needing help, and you know, like, you know, going through the struggles, like the real preliminary like learning again struggles.
Hooking yourself with a fly.
Hooking myself, hooking trees, hooking cars, hooking like basically everything other than a fish. You know, like but my wife and I we started to get better at it, and you know, we've got our own little camper van, so we did a little tour around the South Island, and had some very good days fly fishing, and then in between that I did quite a bit of fishing on the Matador this season, and they had installed a Mac sonar in that boat, and Hayden, through his period of trying to get that up and running, I did quite a few days with him because I've been pretty fortunate to have a lot of experience with the sonars, and so we were out there off kind of off Wangamumu, I guess be the best way of describing it, trying to get that thing up and running, and we had caught 4 striped marlin by it must have been like 1 o'clock or something, and the owner of Mac wanted to head in. He wasn't feeling so well. I mean, it was your typical New Zealand New Zealand weather. And I looked down at James Laurie. James looked like he wanted to tie the guy up with a rope and stick him in a cupboard or something. Because the fishing, we knew that it was getting pretty special. Yeah. And then not long after that, the trades tournament was on, and we managed to catch caught 8 stripies in a day off Wangamumu there. Which,
that's awesome, mate.
I think, pretty sure that's the most caught in a day off the coast in New Zealand. I'm pretty certain. Yeah. Obviously.
Wouldn't surprise me.
King up the Kings and stuff. There's been double digits up there, but and it was just really, really good fishing, but it was quite challenging fishing as well. Yeah. The conditions were a bit testing, and there were a lot of multiples in there, which is something that, you know, I've kind of learned overseas, is the importance of trying to fish for those multiples, or trying to get back into a spot and catch, you know, another fish. And there was a part of me that wondered if maybe my thoughts on how it should be here were wrong, and they still might be, but obviously that season kind of proved that there is a time and a place, and especially, you know, when we fished it was the case, and then there's been a lot of days on the Matador where that's proved to be the case, where you got to be fishing for getting a double or a triple. I think we had 2 triples on in that tournament. And just actively fishing well for that. So we had a great trades tournament to the extent where we ran out of tags. And so the final fish we caught, we actually greased and threw it in the boat, and I think that ended up getting third in the Wade division as well, so it was a bit of a clean sweep.
Yeah.
And then we moved on to that boat ended up getting a Fruno sonar put in. I had a lot more success with that unit. Went down to the Kubota, and we caught I guess 2 days before the start of the fishing in Kubota, caught a real nice, like 500 pound plus blue marlin. So started a little bit too early with that one, and then just had a really unfortunate tournament, really. So we had, I think we had 3 shots in the tournament. We missed all of them.
Yeah.
So if like the rest of our season was anything to go by, percentage wise, we should have caught 2 out of those 3.
Yeah.
So it's just hard to stomach that one of your inevitable lows that you're going to experience was right through the tournament.
Yeah.
2 of those fish were blue marlin, and one striped marlin that just got its head right in the dredge, and that was about all it did. So, but that was a bit of an experience, to see just the scope of that tournament. Like just a number of boats.
Yeah, because you would never have experienced anything like that in New Zealand.
No,
no one has, right?
Yeah, the White Marlin Open's similar, but it's not as in your face.
Yeah.
I guess like the number of boats is there, but you're not like doing a shotgun start. And, it's pretty full on.
Yeah.
And quite cool to see something so ambitious being done out in New Zealand. I think it's a real credit to Tom. Putting something like that together, and it is putting New Zealand a bit more on the world scene there a little bit, and finally a tournament that's like a really like life-changing.
Yeah.
If you win that tournament, it's life-changing.
Yeah. It's a serious amount of money. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, and no one's ever going to scoff at winning $5,000 or 10 grand. Like everyone loves 5 or 10 grand. But the reality is that's not, in this day and age, it's not life-changing money.
No.
But if you win $500,000 or, that's like everyone stands up and recognises the impact, even once it's split amongst, however many people it needs to get split amongst in the team or whatever. It's really...
Yeah, it's a shitload of pressure off a mortgage.
All
100%.
Sorts,
kids' education, like everything.
Yeah, so I think that's a very good thing that he's put together there. And, we got wrapped up with that, and then there was always talk about doing a Wanganella Banks trip this year, and that's something that's been probably like top of my bucket list for a long time, and it's just with me being away so much, it's never really worked out. And it ended up being that there were a couple of 2 opportunities to go up there for me this year, which was real cool. Yeah. And so the first one that had always been on the cards was the on the Matador, and then old Neil on the, I can't remember what his new boat's called. But he used to have the Destiny. He had a trip for me too, and I guess we just had like a big kind of communication breakdown between the 2 of us. The boat was on the hard stand, and he kind of said he'd give me a call when they got off the hard stand. They put a trip together, and I never really heard anything from him. And then the wife and I wanted to go do this camper van trip. Yeah. And I knew that Hayden was planning on doing it. I think it was like the end of April, I'm pretty sure. And I said, oh look, we're planning this trip. You're not going to do this trip any earlier than when we get back, are you? And he was like, no, it's like just not like feasible. Yeah. So we booked this camper van trip in and went down the South Island, and like everything, the wheels just started falling off. Like not like figuratively, not literally. But, so the weather just went like absolute weather bomb, and then Neil sends me a message, and he's like, are you good to go on Friday or something? And it was like Tuesday. Yeah. And I was like, man, I'm in South Island, like in a camper van trip, like what are you talking about? Yeah. And so he was like, oh okay, like no problem. And that was like the last I heard of it. And then I like the next day I stopped and I thought to myself, I was like, fuck, like if he's asking me about a trip, then there must be like a pretty good weather window. And I looked at the weather and I was like, oh man, it was like the time to go.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, hopefully Hayden doesn't, like, hopefully I'm not going to miss out on both trips, you know?
Yeah.
And so, must have been like 3 hours later, Hayden calls me and he's like, oh, can you get back for, like, leaving on Saturday?
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, mate,
yeah.
you know, we've got things lined up and, you know, this is Lottie's trip as well as mine and rah. And I was like sick. Like, I was sick to my stomach, you know. And so we like continued on our little trip and the weather just got worse and worse. And like there were rain warnings, flood warnings. And I kept my head down and I was like, oh, I can't. And it was like Friday, like afternoon, and Lottie's like, you've got to go.
Yeah.
Like we've got to like boost back to Nelson and like get on a plane and make it work. And I think I had to get back to leave on Sunday or something like that.
Yeah.
So we're like wide open in the camper van, full 85 kilometres an hour downhill.
Yeah.
We went and parked the car there at Flynn's place.
Yeah.
And got on a plane and raced myself to Bay of Islands and got on the Matador and we rolled up there and it was like the trip of trips. Like I'm so glad that I finally buckled and changed my plans, and the trip up was pretty rough. Well, not rough, but you know, it's like kind of like the give and go up in less than favourable conditions, but every day we spent on the banks was like flat calm. And we pulled in there. I guess there were like 3 or 4 other boats fishing there, and
Neil was there.
Neil was there. I think it might have been like the November rain might have been there, or some catamaran.
Oh yeah.
And then a Maritimo out of Whangaroa. Trying to remember what their name is. Resolution? No, I don't know. But anyway, but everyone had kind of split up along the bank to try to find make the search for the fish a bit easier. And we got up there on the first morning, and Hayden wasn't particularly happy with where we were. There were like no birds or. And he's a unique case in the sense that, you know, I'm a big believer that that like all the really good fishermen that I know are like real confident. Yeah. And Hayden's like relentlessly second guesses himself, but he's such a good fisherman. And he's sit up there and he's like, and like we share that a little bit. Like I can get in my head as well, and he'll like. So I'm sitting up there with him in the bridge trying to like bolster it a little bit. Yeah. And I was like, oh, let's just stick the sonar down and see what we find, and it was just insane. Yeah. Like it looked like Mag Bay, but with larger fish. You know, like instead of 40 to 60 kilo, 100 to 140 or 50 or so. Yeah. And we're just bouncing around on that sonar all day, just picking off a couple here, and I think the first day we caught like 46 something for the day, and then every day after that I think we were over 50, so we got caught 200 for the trip, but so basically average 50 fish a day. But I think our top day was 56, something like that.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, and it was really, really, really fun fishing. You know, we're strictly pitch baiting. Yeah. No, I think we had at one stage we had one lure there out the back, but I'd say 90% of the fish were kind of caught on the pitch and stuff, which is, you know, it's definitely my preference by a significant margin in terms of like technique. Yeah. Not necessarily to say that it's the more efficient, but you know, in terms of the visuals and the fun, nothing quite beats it. But it was a phenomenal trip. possibly never have another one like that. And we were trying to. I think the daily record up there is 57.
Yeah.
On Neil's boat.
Oh yeah.
And we were trying. I don't think we were like initially particularly obsessive about that, but we're trying pretty hard to kind of topple that daily record, and it's I think it's doable just being a bit more efficient up there. Like we really probably, if we had another day there, we would have kind of pulled that off a little bit, I think. But really cool trip, and showed how valuable that the sonar was. Just ridiculous up there. Yeah, you could be well off the birds and still be doing really well. And it's
predominantly like the other boats without the sonar. Did they just use the birds? Mainly. Yeah,
you're like almost forced into it.
Yeah.
And look, there's times when that's like you've got to know when to put the tool back in the box. Yeah. And you can like the sonar can lead you astray quite easily if you approach it wrong.
Yeah.
Especially when there's lots of fish about, but certainly in our case, like I guess it probably helped having me operating it, but to know that limitation and not get kind of too far down the track the wrong way. Because like to put that in perspective for people listening, is like right after we were in Madeira with the Jaruco, we went back to Jarrett Bay, and I had first day fishing there, I caught like 17 or something, which that's not what you're looking for in Jarrett Bay. That's like really sad numbers. And the Big O was fishing. The Big O was fishing right beside us, and I think Newt had gotten. I think they caught like 47. Or it wasn't like red hot fishing, but I was getting my ass handed to me in like a massive way. And I kind of parked the boat up that night and was like, man, I got to work out like where I'm going wrong here. And so I decided the next day that I was going to go out and I was going to run my fish and run my sonar until I caught my first triple.
Yeah.
And then turn it off and just pound the numbers of where I caught that triple header.
Yeah.
And I think that day caught like 62, and the Big O caught like 58, or like we were kind of on par. And what was happening with the sonar was you'd have a mass of fish that were in this one spot, and you would finish a turn or finish catching a fish, and you'd go and you'd look at your sonar and you'd get a couple of marks, and you'd drive over to those couple of marks and you catch them, and then you get another mark over here, and it was like a cookie crumb trail, but going away from the cookie. The main cookie's over here, and you're just like following the crumbs to nothing.
Yeah, you're picking up the crumbs off.
Yeah, you'd end up, a mile and a half in the wrong place.
Yeah.
And still getting the odd fish when really you could have been right where you started, where you had your first triple header or something. Yeah. And you just pound that out. And so there's some limitations there with it, but once you know what to not let yourself fall into, it's pretty productive. And we fished the last day. The last day we were there, we were in the birds a bit more.
Yeah.
And I was driving, and I wasn't doing as good a job. Like I was definitely doing a better job off the sonar than I was in the birds. And then
is that like a skill set thing, you reckon? Because you're
probably
used to that.
Yeah, and just. There's also the whole like each boat's different, and getting used to like having driven that boat a lot, and and the crew's different, and then I guess it's situational as well. Yeah. Some days the birds are just going to be a really productive way, and other days they're not. But what basically ended up happening was we were just picking away at them like really consistently, like double, and the doubles were really easy to manage. You wouldn't take too long on them, and then go in and catch another double. But we ended up, the birds, like we fell off the birds and we're still catching them, but then we thought we'd be better off in the birds, and we ended up down chasing the birds for like, I don't know, like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and it was just a waste of time. It was just like not good. Ended up leaving them and going back and getting just sonar fishing again, and we ended up catching like 50 that day, even though we had that 2-hour break. And there's that part of me that really wonders. And that day we had no live baits left, so we're only pitching dead baits. Yeah. And the live baits are quite a handy little, like, once the boat's actually stopping, you get like a whole nother like minute and a half of soaking a bait where like a skip bait wouldn't work. So I do wonder if we had that day like earlier in the trip. Or we still had baits left and we didn't do our 2-hour detour. What that day would have looked like. But yeah, it was really cool to kind of like, after deciding that the old sonar wasn't a good match for that boat and putting the Fruno in, and then just that real like that real confirmation after going through such big headaches with it. I guess it was like quite like relieving for me, especially because I was like, oh no, I think we can get a better result with another unit. Like I had a bit of weight on my shoulders, and to have that kind of cleared up was like a massive help, you know. Exactly. And so we did that, and then I had just been picking away on little days with you know, I've been doing a bit of boat setup stuff for people with our new business that we started. So helping people with getting all their, you know, outriggers, rod holders, dredges, teaser reels, all that set up in their boats, and a few guided days, which obviously as we fell into winter there was not much you could really do on the guided day front, but that's we're already like starting to get more and more bookings for next season, which is good, and a good way for me to get a few more days on the water as well. So so hoping to just grow that into a bit more of a thing here. And the whole idea is really just to you know, there's definitely a lot of people that they've got the interest and they've got the equipment, but they just need that guidance on starting in the right direction instead of starting in the wrong direction. So just go out and, you know, show them everything from like, basically the way I've been doing it is to try to show them how I would tackle a day of fishing if their boat was mine. You know, and so it starts with like going through the SST charts, you know, so, you know, we're looking at chlorophyll, SST, sea surface high, current direction, subsurface temperature, shear, all of that on a SST chart, which I've helped you out a little bit with in the past, and then basically identifying a general area that we want to go fish, which, you know, a lot of people get hung up on a set of coordinates, but the reality is you're wanting to give yourself a little fence within, you know, like 2 nautical miles that you kind of break down, and somewhere within that fence, if you're able to identify good conditions, you're going to find what you're looking for. It's not going to be right on that mark. There's a lot of limitations with the software where, you know, the accuracy is kind of only within like 1.5 miles at the best of times anyway. Then the data is usually 16 to 24 hours old. Its current's working, and so like run them through that whole basic principle of how to fish for themselves, so they're not following the bite, because you know, it's that age-old rule of like, if you've heard about a bite, you've already missed it, you know, sort of thing. So identifying a location to fish, and then go out and help them set up a spread. And, you know, a lot of people starting to take more interest in the pitch baiting thing as well. Getting them set up for that and helping them with the tackle and using the electronics and stuff. So that's starting to gain a bit of traction here. And then I've still got obviously quite a few ties with people overseas now. So still doing some overseas stuff. Like we went over and guy hired us to go over and fish Bisbees with him in Cabo for a couple of weeks, which is nice to kind of get that midwinter. Well, I guess it's not really midwinter, but you know, get a little bit of the spring fishing in, and you know, experience the really high end stuff again. But certainly hoping to just develop our own business mainly within the country to, you know, help people fish a little bit better every day they go out, and because we do have a special fishery, and I think that more of what we do overseas is going to become the norm here in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Just with time, people are willing to approach it as a bit more of a passion instead of a sideline sort of thing. So we're just picking away on that and working on the house, and I guess it's going to start to get a bit busier here pretty soon with the way the season started. So I wouldn't say I don't think it's necessarily early, but like I said to you at the start, it's not really late, eh?
Nah.
You know, so everyone's trying to get into that mood, and you know, obviously the bluefin keep things rolling through the winter as well. So
well, it's really interesting, eh? Because once you kind of get it, I think like the kind of Kiwi way is where we're really reluctant in general to and can be quite narrow-minded in terms of taking advice, like just or you know, paying money for something. It's just like, nah, fuck that, I'll just learn how to do it myself.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like, now that I know what I know, like, fuck, if I and even in saying that, if there was the opportunity that you're talking about, like providing there, in terms of with the new business, being able to, you know, get a guided day and learn how to whatever. I was just lucky that I had Sean. You know what I mean? So Sean came out with me my first day. He was like, oh yeah, I'll show you how to set the gear up. You know, showed me, you know, we checked the drags, we did all that stuff.
Yeah, the basics.
We went out, basics, went out. This is how you want a spread to roll. These sort of lures will run here. You know, like he'd got a spread for me with bonds. They've gone through, you know, a spread, and he's like, you know, this lure will run good in this position, that one there. The weather's a bit shitty, that's a good option, like whatever. So, I got that from Sean, but you know, for those people that don't have access to somebody that does know, like, it's money well spent.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, it's, you know, and again, it's not going to break the bank. Like,
no.
You're looking at, you know, some of these people that are, you know, getting into it, they are $500,000 boats.
Yeah.
But, you know, like trailer boats, well in excess of $200,000.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, what's you know, whatever the fee is a day.
Yeah.
To go out there and just be that much further ahead in enjoyment.
And the other thing that I try to get people to understand is, you know, it's like 2 days worth of fuel.
Yeah.
And if you spend 2 days worth of fuel in the wrong place doing the wrong thing, you're going to get nothing out of it. Whereas you could, you know, do a day and, you know, hopefully people after they've done a day, they've got a bit more confidence to approach things in a way, and like I say, like it's kind of like setting the trajectory. So you're like, okay, point this way and go and just keep piling into it. Whereas if you don't have that direction and that confidence to start with, your ability to end up chasing your tails just so detrimental.
Yeah, just going around the circle. Right?
And so I think like everyone that I've done it for in the past or the present as well has seen like really, really good value in it. But like you say, it's getting that foot in the door to get people to understand it. And especially like, you know, when they get a new boat and they build a boat with a, like, I'd say 95% of the boat builders in New Zealand have no idea what they're doing in terms of setting a boat up to go marlin fishing.
Yeah,
that's just
Bonds talks about that.
That's just a hard truth. And look, it's not a case of send your boat to me.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's a number of guys doing boat setup things that are going to, like, at the outset, it's way easier to do it right in the first place than to do it wrong at the start.
Yeah.
And it's never more expensive than to do it twice.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, whether it's you get someone like me or Bonds does an excellent job with his setups, and obviously he's got like a good business. I think the only thing he wishes is if more people realise that they should do it in October rather than December. But, you know, the value in getting set up and get in the right direction in the first place is invaluable. And that's another thing that we are offering is like for people to be able to get us as an advisor during the build.
Yeah.
So like you say you're building a $400,000 boat, you can, and you're in the South Island or you're in, you can we can do a lot of stuff remotely to be like, you know, at just an advisor fee. Okay, place the outriggers here. We need a 0 degree rod holder here.
Yeah.
We need, you know, and you just get it done right from the outset.
Yeah.
And then you get a far more trouble-free experience when you finally get out on the water. And
Yeah. Well, that was like what happened with me with my boat when I originally went to go see Bonds, and he was like, "Oh, I could, you know, sort of, you know, I've seen your videos. You could change your fishing, like, and it's gonna have to start with the boat setup." And then I had to go and cut and, you know, like re-weld rod holders into the side of my boat, and I'm just lucky that I've, you know, got awesome support from FC Boats and our fin chaser boats. But that was, you know, and I decided the ability to be able to do that. But in saying that, by doing that, it ultimately changed the cosmetic of my boat, and it, you know, like, it didn't look as slick as what I would have liked it. But now I'm getting to build a new one. But I guess, like, all of those lessons off, you know, what I learned from the journey with my boat is just like, ever since I've got it to the position I got it to, I've just had this little itch to be like, man, I just want a brand new one so it can be immaculate from how I had it from the start, instead of having to change and tinker as I learnt and developed. But I couldn't speak highly enough of, like, making sure that your boat is set up is, like, so important.
Because and I mean, you're probably the case in point, because you've got a shitload going on in that little boat, but it works. You know, you can see that. You know, obviously that was, you know, Bond's got you straightened out with that thing, and you can see that someone with the credentials has thought, like, you know, already really knows how to do it. But then looks at your boat in particular, and is like, okay, this is how we need to approach this. This is extremely abnormal. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. But, you know, he's evaluated the situation, he's obviously listened to what you want to achieve, which is a big part of it, and something that I feel gets lost on a lot of boat builders, unfortunately. But, you know, and I assume, like, just about anything with Bonds with very little ego, you know, and so you can come in, you can have the discussion and modify what you're looking for, and that's the result you get. And you've got a boat that you can run all that stuff out of and it not be a giant headache. Whereas you could have a boat twice the size with less stuff and it's more of a headache. So
which is common with a lot of my friends, like, you know, just because the level of detail and thought into placement is not there. And it's like it's something as simple as placement. Like,
just slap that thing on the side of the house, drill a few holes,
and then away we go. And then it's like,
that looks kind of well, it matches the windows. Great. You know, like so we're kind of broaching into a bit more of that as well, which you know, just trying to let everything grow a bit more naturally and not shove it down people's throats too much, and certainly see what we can make of it here in New Zealand.
No, it's pretty it's a pretty, like, I guess in terms of since starting this podcast, really, like, it's really cool to be, I guess, to be in a position to be able to help people. You know, like, I get so much of a buzz out of, like, even like last year, I remember talking about on a podcast with Bonds, it might have been the one we did, the evolution of mini chiefy, and I talked about things I'd noticed through the season, and we talked about smell and how I'd, like, been like, fuck, I could smell this certain smell, and it smelled like fucking, like someone having a cigarette and pilchards all kind of mixed together, like this hot burning. And then I got a message last year from these boys, and they're like, bro, straight up, when I listened to your podcast, I thought you were full of fucking shit. I was like, what the fuck's he talking about? And he goes, and then we were out fishing, and then we were fucking running around the boat trying to find, like, something on fire, and we couldn't fucking find anything, and they had the fire extinguisher out and everything. They're like, something's going wrong, bro, like, our fuse is gone, checked all the fuses, checked everything, and then they clicked and they're like, holy fuck, this is what Swings was talking about. And then I'd, like, screenshot the message, you know, and I posted it. It's like, oh, good to see the listeners trusted me. And, like, had a bit of a laugh. And then another guy messaged that was on the boat, and he was like, bro, straight up, I was on that boat, and he's like, we were freaking out, and then we all had a big laugh to ourselves after, because we're like, holy shit, like, Swings wasn't full of shit. Like, it's actually, like, legit.
Yeah, and they're all little things that take experience to experience. Well, time on the water to experience them in the first place. Even more time to acknowledge them, and that's where having someone with you that's got been through that already shortens up. You've got to pay attention. Like smell is 100% a thing. That where I used to struggle with it, like fishing over the other side of the world with rigged dead bait, was every time the chili bin got opened,
you'd be like, oh,
I'd be like, and then it'd click, and you're like, oh no, it was just chili bin or whatever. And obviously, like smell is a sense that you get a lot more on your boat because completely open at the front and low.
And low.
But then you get like a boat like with a bridge, you can see.
You get the
like
visual.
The visual. So the slicks.
Yeah.
The slicks are a real big thing for me. Like to see. If you've got like a day where it's like 10 knots of wind, something like that, 8 knots of wind, and the water's just ruffled.
Yeah.
And you'll see like a perfectly round. Like calm spot. Yeah. Calm looking glassy spot. It's fish oil. Yeah. And there's definitely like it won't be right underneath that because the currents or the wind's shifted it, but more often than not you can go upwind of that and you'll find that there's bait there that's not just being bait, it's getting eaten by something. Yeah. And so there's that for me, like coming from a bigger boat where the smell component was more difficult. Yeah. Seeing the slicks is a big thing. Obviously if you've got like a whole bunch of poorly maintained outboard boats with leaking hydraulic steering, you can have a similar sort of effect. But certainly if you're out away from other boats and you see something like that, it's more than often a really, really
because like the other side of that too is like I take a and I think it's just part of my own process when I'm fishing too. I like to sort of explain and talk about what I'm seeing. Yeah. So and quite often I take like a lot of my mates that come out are they don't fish, they don't have their own boats, because otherwise they'd be in their boat. Yeah. And they like fishing, and we tee it up and we go, and that's sort of all part of it. But most of the time during the day I'm talking about stuff I'm seeing and why I'm here, and they're inquisitive, like as most people are. I'm like, what do you reckon? And I was like, it looks pretty good here for like this reason. You can see the current's kind of pushing. There's a bit of a lift over there, so there's some bait stacked there too. So if I'm pretty confident that if we stay here that there might be a fish here or a fish is going to come to this, and then it's amazing how you'll talk through something and then all of a sudden bang, it happens and you're like, holy shit, there we go, there he is. And then they're like, oh my god, like fuck, you got it sussed. And it's like, well, it's not sussed, like you just had time, like that's it, and if you're observant, it's like anything, like if you want to be good at it, we've spoken about that a bunch of times. Yeah. Like if you're out there and you're actively trying to learn and you want to be good at something, you're going to be observant because you're trying to take in, like, why would they be here? Like, what am I looking for? Yeah. What did I recognise about that day I got a bite and the other day I didn't? Like, and then you start to be like, okay, well, I've got to figure out like this and what am I looking for? What am I seeing on these days when I've had bites and that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. You sort of bank all that knowledge.
And you can like fish in the past too. Which is something that I don't think enough people do. Where, like if you've got any sort of historical data or present data when you're not fishing is also valuable. So like, there's certainly access to people's fishing reports.
Yeah, well, so, Light Gauge Mafia is a great example.
Yeah, that's a good resource for it,
and that's why we ended up where we ended up at Hoki. Yeah,
exactly.
The boys had some action there the day before.
And so, but you take that and you can use that to understand why that fishing is there. So if you've got, a subscription to, like, we say SST charts, but really SST, like, sea surface temperature is pretty low down my list of priorities. But like, oceanography would be probably the best way to put it. That if you have a subscription, you're not fishing, you're sitting at home on the couch or something, and someone puts their report up, and you take those coordinates and you put them into the charts and you look at at that coordinate what the chlorophyll was doing, what the sea surface height was, what the current was doing.
You're building a story to
and
why
then your understanding of what you need to look for on an SSG chart on your day that you go fishing is going to be, it's going to be like you've done 14 seasons.
Yeah.
Because you've got everyone's little thing that, and obviously you don't want to put in a report that's real average.
Yeah.
But certainly if you notice someone's caught, like had 2 or 3 bites, you're going to put that, obviously if it was Mag Bay, that'd be something you're not looking for. But here in New Zealand, that'd be about the time that you'd start recognising that something particularly good here, you know. So fishing in the past is something that I think's largely unrecognised here amongst the, certainly like the top professional guys are doing it, but a lot of the recreational guys probably aren't putting enough weight into that.
Well, if you I look at just going off that, like last year not the season just gone, but the one prior, caught 9 fish in 5 days, including the triple.
Yep.
All of those fish within a mile of each other.
Yeah.
Like bulk of them within 200 meters of each other.
Yeah.
Like pretty much there's this one little lift.
Yeah.
And then there must be something there, but on the chart it sort of shows nothing.
Yeah.
It must be minimal, but it's obviously out of Raglan something small is something big because it's so flat.
Yeah.
But anyway, like there was a lift there and it held bait, so I stayed there and then we, and pretty much all of those days so I caught those 9 fish in 5 days. There was 2 single days and then 2 double days and then a triple.
Yeah.
And the triple was all at once, but that across that period, like I think there was the minimum fish I raised, and one of the days when I got the single, the second day I got a single was the only fish we raised, but we finished fishing early because my mate had to go back in. Like we'd decided that we were going to leave at 2:30 and we caught the fish at 1 o'clock. So but it was like I was kind of similar too. So I was like, I was willing to be like, okay, well, we'll go because I'm pretty confident I'm going to be able to get a bite and we're going to hopefully have a shot at a fish before 2:30. And I looked at the tides and I was like, I reckon it's worth it. Like let's go. We left super early, so we got a decent amount of fishing in, caught our fish, hooked it at 1 o'clock, and then had it caught and tagged and gone, and then we went in, and I would have a strong suggestion that if we'd stayed we would have caught more. But all of those days I think the minimum amount of fish I saw was 4. Like there was a lot of fish like in that one little area. So then again this year when I went out, I was like, good place to start. Pretty much every trip I went out, I start there. And this season just gone, I had a bite on the first pass maybe 3 times. Yeah. And I'm just like, well, there's got to be something here,
And I think that really opens your eyes to how many fish can be in a very, very small little area. And it's very easy to be like, I troll along this line and I get one fish every, like just say if you trolled a straight line, you get 1 fish every 15 miles or something. There can't be another fish here, but the reality is that they can be stacked in there just way more than you really anticipate. And then you think, I'm driving over it, I would mark them if they were here. Yeah. But you have to be so, especially with most people with a narrow beam transducer, you have to be right on top of those things. I mean, like you miss them by, it's like 2 meters off to your side, you're not seeing it. Nah. With your sounder. And so there can be a lot more there. Or we even noticed it when I was on the Jaruco, we had a 411 low, medium, wide transducer. It had a wide beam on. Yeah. And you could go across and I'd mark like 4 striped marlin. Yeah. And you'd have 8 behind the boat. So you think you've got know what's there, but the reality is there's a lot more, and you really see that with the sonar. You see how many fish are in that general area, and you have to get them to come into your spread, you got to be right on top of the things. So if I didn't that sonar has a range ring when you come down to the lowest scale, it has a range ring that's 90 feet wide, so that's, call it 30 metres, right? 25 metres. If that mark's not inside that 25 metre ring, it is not coming in your spread.
Oh yeah.
That's
so
how close
how close you got to get.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Then, like, you know, that you can go out and even get a bite. Hey, when you think about that,
it's pretty daunting.
yeah.
Pretty daunting. So, that's where, like, my biggest piece of advice for people, if they've, you know, obviously the vast majority of us aren't fishing with sonar.
Yeah.
You just got to go and you raise your first fish, and you just got to pound those numbers out. And I don't mean like do a couple of loops through there, or a couple of squiggles. It's like systematically just straight through that mark on like create a star, and then move off the the sides of it, and because there'll be a good portion of the time there's another bite to be had there. They're not that solitary, you know.
No.
So, and we even noticed that with the blue marlin.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to pick a marlin that you think is quite solitary, it'd be a blue marlin, but they're not as solitary as you think, and especially in certain locations. You know, like we noticed that in Kubota, there were like a really good healthy number of good sized blue marlin up in the area we were fishing.
Yeah.
You know, like and you had to pay attention to that, what was around you and not just behind your boat too. Like we had I think 3 boats on the way down through that area had caught like 500 pounders. On day one. What was the name of that boat? Mile Zero. They caught their one that was like 211 kilos or something. We saw another 2 there. There was Josh Armstrong on the Escapade had a big one there.
Yeah. They put it in the wheels?
Yeah, I think it was just so easy to do in the rough like that, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they just got unfortunate there, and they'd really put together like what I think was a very good tournament campaign there. Like they did a really impressive job, and it's just sometimes
unlucky,
shit happens, and it's real easy to be hard on yourself or something like that. But no, I mean, I think it takes some pride in how well they did against them. Like it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, professional. Like,
our fish John Gregory.
You've really good.
Like,
yeah.
Like, so you've done pretty well if you achieve that. You know, so it's kind of and then you just watch the boats around you, and you'd be like, just see like fish bombing behind them. You're like, well, that's not a striped marlin there, and they'd only have it on for maybe they got it on for a minute and it jumps off, and no one else would. If you didn't see it, you wouldn't know. Yeah. Like, but you're just watching around, and you're like, oh, blue marlin. And I think it's quite easy for people to think that blue marlin and those sort of numbers don't happen in New Zealand, but it happens if you.
Yeah, well, that was the day me and Bonds got that blue off the Cape there.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of blue marlin there.
Yeah.
Like Tony caught one that day. I think Josh got one.
Yep.
That day as well. But there was a bunch.
Yeah.
Like, there wasn't one.
It's not just one Lone Ranger.
No. There was heaps there, and that's what Crash said. Chris, he was like we were at the at the factory, and I was about to go home. I'd fished the day before, 2 days before. I did 2 like half days. I was just up with, I can't remember what I was doing up there with Bonds. We might have done a podcast maybe. We ended up doing a podcast after that day, but maybe we did a podcast about something else as well. But I was up there anyway, and I was giving them a bit of a hand at the factory, just tidying shit up really.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good for like fuck all. He doesn't let me touch anything, so it's all good. It's pretty particular.
Yeah.
And I don't have the skill set to do it, so and I just sort of, I was shooting out at sort of 9:30, 10 o'clock, and come back in about 4 o'clock, but just sort of fishing out around the Brett there, and I had a couple of bites at Main Rock. Had one on first day for about 20 minutes by myself, and it was really funny because I after I caught one solo, I was like, I'm never fucking fishing solo again.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't get anyone to go, and I was like, the fishing was, like good, so I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna go. And I got one on, and then I was like, all going good, and yeah, I just couldn't drive on it. The weather got up, and I just couldn't, like get the boat to it, and then eventually, like, I mustn't have had it hooked anyway, and I pulled it off.
Yeah.
And then, I was pretty, and I was like, fuck this shit, I'm not fucking fishing solo anymore. Next day, back out there again, missed another one at Main Rock, and then I was just like, And then, I was actually packing up to go home. I was going to go home and almost got divorced because of it, and that'll lead more to the story about actually, like, how I ended up going home. But, yeah, Bonds was like, oh, you want to fish today? And I was like, oh, fuck, I do, but I don't know. And he goes, bro, there's blue marlin there, like, we have to go. And I was like, okay, well, I'll try. And he goes, oh, I've got some work to do anyway at the office, so you talk to Marie, see what, what you can sort in a way we, so anyway, bring her up, and then she'd get, like, pretty cold, like, oh, do whatever you want. And I'm just like, well, you didn't say no.
Yeah.
But it was,
But it was no.
But it wasn't no,
Yeah,
she just didn't say it. And then anyway, so I was like, oh, don't worry, I'll definitely be home. I'll be home, I'll be home tonight. I'll just, go fishing, I'll just drive home. And then, anyway, we, he rings, Crash, might have just rung or something. He goes, what are you up to? And he's like, oh, no, not much. Swings is here, like, he had a couple bites the last couple of days. And he's like, oh, yeah. He goes, yeah, he was trying to ring me, but I was too busy. And then he goes, what are you, and then he's like, oh, we're going to go, you want to come? And he's like, oh, no, I can't come. He goes, you need to go off the Brett, though, off Queensboard. And then Ron's like, oh, yeah, and he goes, yeah, it's blue marlin there, like, they'll be there, just go there. He goes, run it, you know how to fish it, like, just go there, So we're like, oh, sweet. Anyway, we bowl out there, and yeah, fucking, well, everyone down here's heard it, but the most impressive sight I've ever seen in my life, Like, I think I said to Bonds at one stage, I was like, apart from the birth of my kids and my wedding day, like, it's the fucking coolest thing I've ever experienced. I was like, fuck the Ranfurly Shield, like, that was way cooler. And he was like, oh, it's a pretty big call.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just, like, pretty impressive to see, like, well, Bonds called it 600, I wouldn't have a clue. It was fucking looked like a cow, I was like, holy fuck, that thing's massive. I've never seen anything like it. But for it to jump, like, it actually jumped away from the boat, like, on the, like, with the teaser in its mouth. Yeah. Going, like, I was looking straight down his back. Yeah. From the passenger seat, like, sitting looking backwards. Yeah. And it was just jumping away. And it, like, the teaser obviously come tight as it jumped into the air with it, and it pulled out of its mouth, and it, like, looked back over its shoulder at it as it was going in, and then just boom, like, just like, and I was like, blue marlin, big blue marlin, and Bob's turned around, and he reckons it's just this gigantic hole, because the whole fish had come sort of 3-4 feet out of the water, like its bottom of its belly would have been, sort of probably 3 or 4 feet out of the water, and then because it turned its head as it went in, it didn't go in, like, clean, you know, and just off, and then it was like, as quick as I said that, it turned around, it was fucking trying to eat it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, man, it was exciting.
The speed they can spin fucking blow your mind.
Scary. Like, yeah. Fuck, yeah. Nah, it was very, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, super, super exciting. But again, yeah, there was a bunch there. Like, there was, like, there's multiple blue marlin caught that day, multiple the day before. So, yeah, there's plenty of them. And then that horrendous storm come through and just fucked it. Yeah. Yeah. There was trees and shit all out to fucking 800 meters. Yeah. It was just, it was really, really bad storm. And lucky I ended up, so we went back, recorded the podcast with Bonds, and it was on teaser systems. Like, that was the plan. We're going to do a podcast on teaser systems and how and why they can be effective and that kind of stuff, and the things that I'd noticed from myself, obviously making the adaptation. And then obviously that happened, and I was like, holy fuck, you couldn't have scripted it any better, There's a 600-pound blue marlin, jumping out of the water with this teaser chain in its mouth. It was pretty wicked. And then got home, and I think we finished recording it like, it might have been 11:15 or 11:30, and jumped in my truck and drove home, and did not feel one bit tired the whole way. Like, pulled into
just buzzing,
pulled into my house in Te Kōwhai at like 10 to 5 in the morning, and just wide awake. And then I was like, bowling, oh, you wouldn't believe it, you know. Where he's like, fuck off, I'm sleeping. And I was like, oh. She did not give two shits, but she was grateful that I came home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't get you on the technicality of you not being back that night?
Nah, she didn't, but she was like, if you weren't, I was going to put your shit on the lawn. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's lucky, eh?
Nah, yeah, it's lucky. Yeah, well, is there anything we haven't covered? I'm
I
sure
hope
there's
not.
I'm sure there's plenty, but we can, I'm sure this won't be the only podcast.
I think we need to do an at sea podcast.
Yes.
I think that would be the way to do
Well, I reckon these mics will be the good way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because these ones are like noise cancelling.
Yeah.
We talked, I think, did we talk about it last time?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know it's definitely something I want to do, and DJI have hooked me up with these mics, which is cool. So,
Yeah, wicked.
I think that might be this summer, right?
Yeah.
We'll do that. Because what I really want to do is like do one on the water and like talk about, what we're seeing while we're here.
Why we're approaching.
Yeah.
I think that'd be good.
Yeah, and it'd be, and then as well as just shooting the shit and telling stories and be all exciting if you end up, if we get one on too.
Yeah, make a real meal of it probably.
Yeah.
A couple of professionals.
Yeah. What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah. Maybe we can get my old rig up and running, and that way we wouldn't have the wind problem. Maybe.
That's true. That's true.
Get under the hard top.
Yeah.
And you stick your nose out the side.
Yeah.
Sniff something out for us.
Yeah. Nah, cool, bro. Thank you very much for
thanks for having me.
your time available.
Yep.